Welcome, councillors. Be seated, please. We have a half a minute to go, but I will declare the meeting, formally open this meeting. And I will ask for apologies for absence. We have apologies from councillors Bailey, Bradford, Gribble, Hartle, Lech, Room, Sanders and Squires. Councillor Dewhurst has given notice he may be running late. Are there any other apologies anybody wishes to announce? Councillor Barnes?
Christine Shannon. She's not here.
Shannon?
I haven't seen her.
Okay, Councillor Shannon. I thought she was coming. Sorry? Right. It's now on. Don't worry. The audience will tell me often enough. I've not yet got this quite worked out. So we have apologies for absence. Next item on the agenda is declarations of interest. Does anybody have any declarations of interest affecting this meeting today? Now, I will ask the county solicitor to comment on this. Right, you get the item, that's fine, right, okay. Minutes of the previous meetings, and there are two, have been circulated. And we'll do them one at a time, I think. I've lost them already. I've got them here, right. First one was on the 5th of December. The second one is on the 9th of January. The minutes of the council meeting on the 5th of December, can I have a move from somebody that they be accepted?
Happy to move.
Happy to move. Seconder? Okay, Stuart. Councillors, everybody in favour? Thank you. And the 9th of January, can I have somebody move that, please?
To move.
James. Seconder? Thank you, Andrew Davis. Everybody in favour, please show. Thank you. So that's those out of the way. The next one is item 4, which is the chairman's announcements. And I do have a number of announcements I wish to make today. Follow up from a previous meeting. It's my sad duty to report the death of former town, district and county councillor Sylvia Russell. First elected to this council in 1986, she served the Timworth ward until 1993. She was re-elected in 2001 until 2004, and from 2017 to 2021 for the same ward. She was a former mayor of Timworth Town Council, on which she served 43 years. I also would record, saddened the passing away of Alderman Saxon Spence, CBE, former county councillor and leader of the Labour group for many years. Saxon was elected to the Shadow Devon County Council in 1973 for the Exeter No. 6 division. She served until 1997 and then came back again in 1981 until 85. From 85 to 2005, Saxon served the Pinhole and Wigton Exeter division, and then until 2013 as local councillor for Pinhole and Mincingway. She led the Conservative group, she led the Labour group from 1985 to 2013. She was awarded Commander of the Most Excellent Order of the British Empire in 2000 for services to local government. and worked very closely with me on the Exeter Education reorganization. Now for congratulations. The coroner's admin team received a visit from the High Sheriff of Devon, Commodore Jake Moores, on Friday, the 20th of December, and he presented them with a certificate of commendation for their amazing work. This special visit was a complete surprise to the team, who have worked tirelessly to ensure that bereaved families in Devon get the best service possible at a distressing time for them. Throughout the COVID-19 pandemic, the team was still working in the office, finding ways to conduct the work safely and to ensure that inquests could continue for families. Other key achievements include the recent merger between the coroner's areas of Exeter and Greater Devon, with Plymouth, Torbay, and South Devon, to one large area of Devon, Plymouth, and Torbay. Implementation of the new death certification process and medical examiner service, creation of 3 bespoke courts, and the use of 2 further courtrooms, and over 960 inquests concluded. I am sure the council will join me in saying, well done to the teams. I was also fortunate enough to be present at the recent royal visit. Myself and the chief executive were invited to meet Her Majesty Queen Camilla as dignitaries at a royal visit to our partner organization, Exeter CoLab, on the 6th of February. Her Majesty Queen Camilla spent the day in Devon, which included finding out more about the work of the charity, in particular, the journey and ambition of the CoLab Women, which supports individuals who have experienced homelessness, domestic abuse, trauma, and drug and alcohol issues. I felt privileged to attend the royal visit and understand in more detail the work of the Exeter CoLab. The visit highlighted the essential and valuable work they carry out. Now, can I remind members, if they wish to speak, they must catch my eye, even though they may have given notice. Contributions should add to the debate and not repeat what has already been said. Members are asked to turn off the sound function on their laptops during council. The pings and notification noises can be a distraction, and the additional background noise makes listening very difficult. Please remember to talk directly into the microphone in front of you. And please, can I remind you all that the meeting is being live streamed. When a councillor is speaking, neighbouring councillors will also be on the screen. And if you start pulling faces or do other things, I'm afraid they are there. I actually sat through the last 2 full council meetings, watching them on screen. And a reminder to everyone in the chamber today that this council signed up to the LGA Debate Not Hate campaign. Whilst debating and disagreeing with one another is a healthy part of democracy, there can be a fine line between robust challenge and unacceptable discourse. It is the right engagement that matters. If it is necessary to do so, I will call out any insensitive or ill-chosen language that I hear in this chamber today. That's the end of notices. Item 5 on the agenda, important announcements from the leader and cabinet members. As I understand it, there are no updates to be provided. Items requiring urgent attention, item 6. There are no items requiring urgent attention. Petitions and public participation, item 7. Before we start the public session, I would also like to remind those attending and speaking today that comments, questions, and representation should be factual. Statements should not include any personal comments or details of other individuals, including names. It also goes without saying that statements should not contain any offensive language or vexatious comments. If inappropriate comments are made, I will ask the speaker to stop. Can I therefore remind the council and those attending that the total time permitted for this agenda item is 30 minutes. So let us continue. I understand there is a petition from residents of Dartmouth regarding Warfleet Road and its closure, since a section of the road and the wall alongside collapsed. The petition calls for the council to repair and reopen Warfleet Road as a matter of urgency. I understand it contains in the region of approximately 2,200 signatures. And Mrs. Elwood, I believe you wish to address the council on this issue. There will be some questions later on for which the cabinet member has responded. Now, is somebody going to collect that petition, or is somebody going to go and get it? Yeah, right. Thank you. Now, are you wanting to say a few words, I believe, in which case there should be a microphone in front of you.
We have a statement.
Thank you.
Devon Highways was alerted to the instability of a section of Warfleet Road in November 2023, acknowledged 4th December 23, and 2 more alerts were sent and up until the 18th of February 24. 2 separate Devon Highways engineer inspections were carried out and explicitly stated that it was not a wall issue. No action was taken, and on the 23rd of February 24, the road and adjacent wall collapsed and the road was subsequently closed. On March 15, 24, your Meg Booth quoted an anticipated finish date of September 30th, 24. On 5 other occasions, DCC have committed to carrying out the works, but as yet, no work has been done, and the residents of Dartmouth have been given no formal notification as to when works will commence. We have collected a detailed record of all relevant communication on this issue. Devon Highways has failed to act in accordance with the Highways Act 1980, which states a highway maintainable at public expense is one which highways authorities are required to maintain. Devon Highways has a responsibility to maintain and reopen one of only 2 main thoroughfares in and out of Dartmouth. The closure of this road impacts negatively in many ways on residents carrying out their daily lives. They now have to make a 4-mile round trip to reach the centre of Dartmouth. This road is a vital route for emergency services. We have an example of an ambulance attending a critically ill patient that was significantly delayed due to the road closure. The patient sadly died later in hospital. The closure of this road is detrimental to local businesses and to our visitor economy. The Chair of Dartmouth and District Chamber of Commerce has recently written a letter to you, dated 29th of January 2025, articulating the impact that the road closure is having on the visitor economy and local businesses, and requesting that the road be opened by 4th of April 25, the start of the main tourist season. Southampton District Council and Dartmouth Town Council have written letters supporting this petition, and Caroline Voden MP has also written to you with concerns. Closure of this road causes increased traffic on unsuitable roads in the vicinity, causing significant surface damage, particularly to Week Hill, which is the residents' only route out. Unusually, there have been 2 accidents on nearby Swannerton Road during the closure, with lorries also becoming stuck and causing a blockage. See the map supplied. A petition to open Warfleet Road has been signed by 2,500 people, which will be presented to Devon County Council on 20th February 25. Residents and businesses have never received any official information from Devon Highways regarding this issue. No apology, no timeline, no update. We've been treated with the utmost contempt. It has now been a year of total inactivity. We request that Devon Highways provides us with a detailed plan of the work to be carried out to reopen the road as required by the Highways Act 1980, the corresponding date of completion, and that they communicate regular updates to all taxpaying individuals and businesses on the implementation of this plan.
Can I thank you very much for your petition and also what you have just said. It is noted. Now I move on to 6 questions. 6 written questions from members of the public and 3 representations. So I will ask people to ensure any supplementary questions are succinct so we have the opportunity to listen and hear as many people as possible in the time frame. They've been taken in order in which they were received. A copy of the questions and answers have been printed and circulated in this chamber. The first question I have is from Marina Pusey. And Councillor Stuart Hughes has given a written reply. Mrs. Pusey, do you have a supplementary?
I do. In response to that, I would say you haven't answered the question. As it is Devon Highways' responsibility to maintain and keep roads open, this is what we as taxpayers expect. You plainly have not fulfilled your obligations. So when are you going to? Thank you.
Councillor Hughes?
I think I have actually answered the question, because it's the issue about the collapsed wall, and that's why the road is closed. And therefore, the County Council has now undertaken legal action to try to force the landowner to repair the wall, but this has not worked, and we're therefore now in a position where we are having to undertake the work ourselves. And as I say, they attempt to reclaim the cost from the landowner. And at this stage in the financial year, it's difficult to identify the necessary budget, as it's going to mean that other schemes may have to be delayed. But what I can assure Marina Pusey and also the lady that previously spoke, that we will keep you assured, I will assure you, we will keep you up to date on this ongoing issue. Can't do any more than that, Chair.
Thank you. Question 2 is from John Elwood, and it's on the same subject. Mr. Elwood.
With respect to the closure of Wharfleet Road, there are 2 documents from Meg Booth. The first dated 15th of March 2024, and this is in document C in what you've been distributed with. And that anticipated that the work will be finished by 30th of April 2024. The second of 12th of February this year, which is document B in your pack, also states that a formal design for the repair work is being prepared and will go out to tender. We also note that despite what your councillor has just said, that Devon County Council engineers inspected this road in December and January, December 23 and January 24, and they noted in their report that the road failure was not a wall issue. How can the first document that has been sent out without a design saying it was going to be completed, what sort of credibility, what credibility do promises made by Devon County Council have when we've had 5 responses at various times saying something's going to happen? We were there this morning. Nothing has happened. Please, can Devon County Council actually commit under their statutory requirements to maintain the road when they're at least going to start repair of this? Thank you.
Councillor Hughes?
Yeah, thanks very much for that question, Mr. Elwood, and I shall get your written reply.
Question 3 is from Peter Adolphus, and again, it's on the same road. Peter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In a letter from Marta Goron of the Devon County Council legal team dated February the 11th, in other words, last Tuesday, to Councillor Hawkins, please refer to page 4 in our document. It categorically states that it has been decided that the council will carry out the works in default of the landowner with a view to recovering the costs at a later date. Yet, in the letter to Councillor Hawkins, dated the 12th of February, and that is on page 5 of the document, it states, a formal legal process is underway with the owner of the wall. My question is, how can such diverse statements occur within a day of each other? Or is it simply that the cabinet members of Climate and Highways and the Director of Climate don't actually talk to their own legal team? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councillor Hughes.
I'm certainly prepared to look into that issue, but I think I've already given the answer in question 1, but I'll certainly get a written reply to Mr. Adolphus.
Okay, thank you. The question 4 is from Carl Farrell, again on this road. Mr. Farrell.
Mr. Chairman, councillors, Devon County Council have not addressed any of our questions and are contradictory. These actions by DCC are disenfranchising our community and overall the wider district as well, including the 2,500 signatories. What more will it take for DCC to listen and action the opening of the road? Thank you.
Thank you.
Can't really add much more to what I've already said, Chair, in my reply, because we're going through that legal process. Difficult to give a clear timescale, as the process may be challenged by the landowner.
Okay, but we are moving on this, yeah? Okay, thank you. I knew somebody would tell me. Question 5 is from Lucy Hay on floating bus stops in Rifford Road. Lucy Hay.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Hughes, for your reply. My supplementary question is, at Cabinet on the 10th of May 2023, final approval was delegated to yourself pending officers' discussions with groups representing disabled users. Was the RNIB's objections to floating bus stops presented to that discussion referred to you for final approval, as would be expected? If not, why not? If so, why have you stated that the RNIB approved floating bus stops when it manifestly did not? Thank you.
I believe, thank you very much, Lucy. And I believe officers actually met with the RNIB prior to that report coming to the Cabinet. And therefore, when it came to the Cabinet, we took on board what the RNIB had said. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, the order I have the list, I've got 2 different lists in front of me to confuse me. The next person would like to make a representation is Mrs. Lant. Mrs. Lant.
Hello there, Mr. Hart and Councillor Hughes. Yes, we had a site visit off Rifford Road recently, and me and the representative of the RNIB that's here today, Steve Hyde, looked at it. And what we thought was we could not cross it safely, and there's no way we can hear. And with the traffic, it is a very busy road, and we cannot hear cyclists at all. And I don't think you realise that. You might think it's good for cyclists. We're not having a go at cyclists. We really need to hear and to be safe, but there's no way we can cross it on our own. And I've got a guide dog. The other thing is the pavements are not wide enough. With a guide dog, you're wider than what you are on your own. Also, there is posts there, which you've got to go around. I was walking in the cycleway when there's another person with me. And also the crossings, the courtesy crossings to the bus stop are not good enough. They're away from the bus stop. I nearly got into the road. I couldn't find the bus without someone being there. I had to put my hand out. And also there's a curb at the bus stop. Why didn't you just make that curb all the way to the tactile? And then I would have been able to find the bus stop. When you're at the bus stop and people are in the bus stop, people wait with push chairs, or it's too busy, they're waiting in the cycleway. That's not good. That's not safe. Also, when you get off the bus, you walk right into the cycleway. I would not want, I was there with someone else, and I no way would I want to cross it on my own. It is not safe. The guide dog trainer that I've met recently for another thing that you've done does not think it is fit for purpose for guide dog trainers. The trainers do not think it's safe. Like I said, when you've got a guide dog, you have got to know what you're doing. I think a lot of people think the guide dog is a robot. It's not. I have got to tell her, I've got to make her wait at the curb, at the crossing, and I've got to listen. It's me that tells the dog to go, not the dog that tells me to go. And I don't think you realize this. You don't understand that. And that is where it is not safe. I feel vulnerable, and there's no way that I would want to be down there on my own. And you want us to be independent. I want to be independent, but it's not good enough. And I think that is what you don't understand. I wish you would just go, you know, you might have had a meeting with Devon Insight and the guide dogs, but if you put the glasses on and you go down there and cross it, you will find how we feel. Thank you.
Mrs. Lance, thank you very much. Because I've still got two more on this particular issue, I'm going to take them first. And the next person I'd like to call, I believe, is Steve Hyde, who wished to talk again. And you are representing the Royal National Institute for Blind People. Mr. Hyde.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and members of the council. And yes, I am Steve Hyde, and yes, I am here on behalf of the Royal National Institute of Blind People. Now, one of the main reasons I've come down from Bath today is because I really didn't think that it was fair that the people are talking to you about how they can get around and how they can't get around. And I really feel that it is my responsibility to tell you about sight loss. There are many different types of sight loss, and I can assure you sight loss is not black or white. It's a case of what shade of grey it is. There are many different symptoms of sight loss, and these would contribute to anybody trying to navigate the built environment. You can have sight loss that you can see a tiny little bit out of the center of your eye, but you have no peripheral vision. You can have sight loss that you can see a little bit around the center of your eye, but nothing from the middle of your eye. You can have sight loss from, say, cataracts that you can see a little bit, but it's like looking through a net curtain. Now, all of these issues really combine to make navigating the built environment a real hazard for visually impaired people. Now, I'm here to try to level up the playing field. I'm also a qualified rehabilitation officer for visually impaired people, so it gives me that understanding of knowing what teaching people to navigate places like Rifford Road would be like. I am also registered as severely sight impaired, which makes places like Rifford Road more unacceptable for me. More inaccessible. Now, I've got a couple of items that I've written down here, and you're going to have to bear with me a little bit because although you've got some lovely lights, my eyes aren't particularly good. Now, this is going to be another thing that you're going to come back to me and you're probably going to say, hey, Stephen Hyde, you're registered blind, but you can actually read something that's written down on a piece of paper. How come? Well, I'll tell you now that I can read something maybe that is on a piece of paper and then get up and fall over a chair or walk into the path of a cycle. So I'm just going to take it. We have much guidance, as I have explained to various people. One of the pieces of guidance is our key principles of inclusive street design, which means build it for everybody, not just for a selective few. Make it so that people can enjoy coming through Exeter. So I'm going to say here that I'm going to try this. Now, look, it's not easy, but I'm going to try it. So, walking is a key. Walking is a key for blind and partially people to get around. Unfortunately, we cannot ride a bike, we cannot drive. So one of the main things that helps us is public transport. So we have to walk and then we have to use public transport. Now, in order to get to the public transport, we're having barriers put up, like cycle lanes put in the way. And it really is very, very inconvenient. I'm not going to be able to read this, unfortunately, but one thing that I will say is that we have guidance on accessible bus stops. And basically, it is a case of not necessarily putting down the tactile paving, but taking away the cycle lane. I've heard stories of people, not only visually impaired, not only disabled people, but also cyclists who don't like using a cycle lane. If you are using a cycle lane and you see a crowd of people waiting to get on a bus, are you going to stop and wait for them? Or are you maybe going to go out into the carriageway around the outside of the bus? Another thing about it is, if you're visually impaired, you're walking along, you cannot hear a cycle. You cannot see a cycle. And then all of a sudden you hear, "Oi, get out of the way." Where do you go? Unfortunately, I cannot, I have not, I will not condone bus stop bypasses. I'm going to leave it there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed. I have one more question on the list from Neil Martin on this issue. Mr. Martin, would you?
Thank you, Chair. We're a little concerned with Mr. Hughes' answer and the accuracy of it. The RNI's position against the use of floating bus stops has been raised on at least 3 occasions in this chamber in 2024 by 3 individuals. It's also been highlighted by Freedom of Information Acts that the notes of the so-called meeting that was referred to in the May 23 have been lost by DCC, and this was on a £1.55 million project. Therefore, we have to ask Councillor Hughes again to rethink what was the earliest date that he and his officers knew there was a problem and concerns from the RNIB, and why do they continue to deny this? The actual RNIB person who was at that meeting is here in this room. He's had to come all the way down today to prove a point because you keep on ignoring members of the public. Please answer the question, and if you think it's the 20th of December, I think we'll be able to prove you wrong.
Councillor Hughes.
Yeah, thanks for that, Mr. Martin. I shall have to get your written reply on that one, but hopefully I have assured you with my reply that the road safety auditors will be asked in particular to comment on the risk to people with visual disabilities, given the recent correspondence that we received from the RNIB. And I'm, of course, quite happy to meet with the RNIB and we'll have further dialogue. Thank you.
Thank you, Stuart. Can I thank the questions, all of them, and the spokespersons for that item. Last question, last representation I've got is Mr. Cleesby, and you wish to raise another issue altogether. Mr. Cleesby.
Right. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for the opportunity to address the Council. It is indeed another issue. On 12th of November last year, I came to County Hall to observe, as a member of the public, the meeting of the Exeter Highways and Traffic Orders Committee. I was refused entry. The explanation was that the room was limited to 20 members of the public, including 18 who had registered to ask questions. The Director of Legal and Democratic Services subsequently told me that this new policy of limiting numbers was an operational decision, though the Council's governance working group, led by elected members, had supported the proposals. Now, the law's clear, in my view. Section 100A, subsection 6, paragraph B of the Local Government Act 1972 says, while the meeting is open to the public, the Council shall not have power to exclude members of the public from the meeting. I've yet to be convinced that the Council's new policy is compatible with that law, though there's not time to debate that now. What I will say is that if a council seeks to constrain that right, it is a political decision and not an operational one, which should have been debated in public in advance of implementation. Denying people the chance to see their elected representatives at work is not a decision to be taken lightly. There are also some practical problems with the policy. Allowing admission on a first-come, first-served basis, as the new policy sets out, just doesn't work. There's no advanced booking system, so someone may turn up and be refused entry, having made a long journey, perhaps from the other end of the county. Nor is live streaming a proper alternative. If someone turns up here to be told they can't get in, but can watch the meeting on a live stream, well, that's not a real option. You're in the county hall reception area, the meeting, pardon me, the meeting starts in 15 minutes, and your computer screen is at home. Now, an internal council paper headed Security at Meetings, Briefing Paper and Options, which I obtained under Freedom of Information legislation, shows that the driver for this change has been unruly behaviour by some members of the public. Now, I deplore such behaviour, but I think the response is disproportionate. Item 13F of today's agenda asks for formal approval of the new policy under the Procedure Committee minutes. I urge councillors to respect the county's residents and not to pass this without debate. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much for those comments. They will be noted. Councillor Hawkins.
Chairman, am I allowed to comment on the Warfleet petition which has just been presented? I know members of the group would actually like to present the petition. Okay, thank you.
Sorry. The petition is going to be brought forward now to the leader of the county council. You bring it up and present it. Could you bring up the petition? Anna, thank you. Yes, I'm assured you can. Yeah. Right. Have you got your camera ready? Somebody will do it for you, I think. Here we are. Right. Okay. Okay. Thank you very much for the petition, and a response will be given later. Now I move to item 8 under the agenda, petitions from councillors, and I have none. In which case I'll move straight on to item 9, which is questions from members of the council. And there are 4 questions from members of the council. Question 1 is from Councillor Connett, and Councillor Ledbetter has given a written answer. Councillor Connett, do you have a supplementary?
Thank you, Chairman, and I will combine my supplementary to question 3 as well. So just the one supplementary, Chairman. I'm grateful to the Cabinet member for the information provided, and indeed it does show that there is much work to be done to ensure all children in Devon who are entitled to free school meals get them, but also the on-benefit to the schools of a pupil premium, which is a huge and significant reward to schools. The reason I asked these questions was a note in the Devon Education Forum minutes that went to a recent Cabinet meeting, which seemed to imply there being some argument or discomfort in the system, which had caused a delay to auto-enrolment. And for members' information, auto-enrolment will mean that all children who are entitled to free school meals are auto-enrolled, as its name implies, so that they're not reliant on their parents needing to do it. So can the Cabinet member tell us when auto-enrolment will start in Devon because I think it's important that for all of us as councillors, we're able to let our schools know and encourage them to get a maximum take-up of all children being auto-enrolled. So when will it start? And has the disagreement that was so clearly evidenced in the Devon Education Forum minutes been overcome? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Connett. Councillor Ledbetter.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Connett. It wasn't so much a disagreement as much that they wanted to know when it was going to happen. Like many things in life, is a bit more complicated than just making it happen. It's work between us and the district councils who hold a lot of the data. I can assure you that I've signed an executive order for us to move on this, and with a fair wind, we are expecting this to be in place before the census in October. That being important because in October is when the schools declare their numbers, and obviously their funding is based on the number of children who have free school meals. But it's not quite as simple. I mean, there are 6 points in the project, and at one point we've actually got to send opt-out letters to parents as well. So it's not just as simple as saying we're going to do it. We've got to work with the district councils. We've got to get the data agreement set up. We've got to find out. We've got to identify the eligible children. We've got to do opt-out letters. We've then got to register the pupils, and then we've got to make sure it keeps happening. But our plan is to have all this in place by October of this year, or the council is. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Question 2 on the agenda is from Councillor Whitton, and Councillor Bullivant has given a written reply. Councillor Whitton, do you have a supplementary?
Thank you. I'm grateful to Councillor Bullivant for reassuring me that funding is continuing whilst the new arrangements are finalised by the district councils. And as a result of that reassurance, I have no supplementary.
Question 4 is from Councillor Connett to Councillor Hughes, and you have received a written reply. Do you have a supplementary on that one?
I do, Chairman, although I hope Councillor Hughes hasn't been signing more executive orders, as his colleague Councillor Ledbetter said. Very American, don't you think? Would it be a cabinet member decision that you made? Anyway, Chairman, with regard to potholes, does the cabinet member consider that the 88 remedials anywhere near touches the number of failed pothole repairs that are experienced by Devon residents day in, day out? Thank you.
Well, I've given you the answer to the question, and of course, those remedials or the temporary remedial works, we're talking about short-term fixes designed to address a problem quickly until that more permanent solution can be implemented, which we do. And of course, Milestone are required to attend and do those at their own expense and to the agreed contractual specifications. I'm afraid I can't give you any more than that, Councillor Connett.
Thank you very much. I now move into item 10, which is a framework decision, revenue budget 2025-26, medium-term financial strategy and capital program. Now, the Leader of the Council, I think, has got to move this. Before the leader speaks on this, I shortly give members an opportunity to declare, to indicate if there are any interest they must declare in line with the advice given by the Director of Legal and Democratic Services.
Thank you, Chair. So I would like to remind all members that you have a dispensation to permit you to speak and vote in any debate on the setting of council tax, preceptor fees and charges as a consequence of being a resident, landowner, business or property owner in Devon, or by being a parent, guardian, or a parent or guardian of a child in care, or anyone in receipt of a pension. I must also remind all members that in line with the declaration you signed on your election to the authority relating to Section 106 of the Local Government and Finance Act 1992, any member in arrears of their council tax for a period of 2 months or more must disclose this fact and may not vote on any matter before the council relating to the budget or the setting of the council tax. Members need only declare an interest because of their private involvement. So if you represent the council on another body or are a member of another council or authority, you need only declare a personal interest if you intend to speak in that debate about the council or authority. You will only have a disclosable pecuniary interest if a specific issue is actually discussed which directly affects the finances of you or your spouse or partner, and then you must leave the meeting, but this is of course a matter for yourself. Thank you, Chair.
Right. I will now ask members if they have any interest that they must declare, but I will do so by asking row by row to declare any interest. Only if you have an interest to declare can you raise your hand. And when asked, state the nature of your interest as briefly as possible. I will start, but I have nothing to declare. Vice Chairman.
I have nothing to declare.
Row B.
Not from me.
Nothing from me.
Nothing to declare.
I did say, put your hands up if you have something to declare. Row C. No. Row D, starting with Councillor Connett's row. No. Row E. No. Row F. No. At this stage, I will formally move the adoption of the budget minutes of the Health and Adult Care Scrutiny on the 27th of January, Children's Scrutiny Committee held on the 28th of January, and the Corporate Infrastructure and Regulatory Services Scrutiny Committee held on the 30th of January. Is that agreed? Thank you. As is normal practice, and assuming it is the Council's wish, that there should be just one debate on the budget, covering the motion and the amendments shown on the order paper. Is that agreed? Thank you. I will also exercise my discretion to allow leaders and/or budget spokesperson of the political groups to speak for longer than 7 minutes, if they wish. This is my final reminder to all members who have declared a disclosable pecuniary interest, of any member who has declared a disclosable pecuniary interest and who do not have a dispensation to leave the meeting now. Nobody put their hands up, so I'm not expecting anybody to leave.
Chairman, can I just mention, something occurs to me, my wife works for the county council, but I'm just mentioning that because I hadn't done so before.
You don't think that's an issue? No issue. I now call upon the Leader of the Council to move the adoption of minute 702, recommendation A to S of the Cabinet meeting held on the 14th of February 2025, which contains the formal budget resolution.
Thank you, Chairman, and I'm very happy to move the Cabinet recommendations A to S. Can you hear me, members?
Yeah.
Because it has been a bit difficult on times to actually hear what was said at the back of the room, so I want to make sure you can hear. Well, if a week's a long time in politics, then 7 months is an eternity. That's how long it's been since the general election, and it seems that if every week there has been a major new announcement affecting local government and the services we provide to our residents. And please do excuse me if I'm following words today and not being my usual self. But as far as the budget speech is concerned, it needs to be concise, so I'm not going to be going off the cuff. We don't have time to go in today to review all those developments that have come out of central government, and you're all very well aware of them in terms of reorganisation, devolution, elected mayors, etc. The government's proposals herald the biggest shake-up in local government for over half a century. In the last few days, we've heard that the County Council elections planned for May will go ahead. So this will be both my first and my last budget speech as leader of Devon County Council. And I have to say it's been a pleasure and an honour to be your leader. This month, we've had the devolution deal we thrashed out with the previous government, with Devon and Torbay signed into existence by the current government. And we're very welcome for that. The CCA is now officially up and running, and I wish it every success. As a council, we have voiced our strong concerns about the removal of the winter fuel payments and some of the most vulnerable elderly people in Devon. And we fully supported our farming families across Devon in their battle against Labour's decision to land them with inheritance tax and potential loss of homes and land, which have been passed down over the generations. Devon's economy, as we all know, is more reliant than most on small businesses and hospitality, many of them one of the same. Government's decision to impose extra national insurance contributions on employers will do nothing to promote growth in these vital Devon businesses. I voiced my concern too about the government's decision to once again consign adult social care reform to the long grass, with a review that will be published just before the next general election. You will all know that looking after our most vulnerable adults and pensioners is the biggest element of our overall budget, and it is vital that we get it right. We need to get adult social care and the NHS performing properly together. We do our best in Devon to have a fully functional adult care system. That means people who do not need to be in hospital and have a bed can be discharged to their home or their care and not be forced to remain in hospital, blocking beds for others who desperately need them. The system could be so much better with national change. So what about our budget? I don't intend to digress or get into my cabinet colleague Phil Twiss's territory, so I'll leave it to him to speak about the details after I've spoken. However, I must highlight the government's decision to abolish the Rural Services Delivery Grant. Almost at the last minute, I was literally on a call with the minister about 6 weeks before it was done. This was a national pot of money of around £100 million, designed, as the name suggests, to support the delivery of services in rural areas, which we all know costs more than in compact towns and cities. Devon County Council got around £10 million of that £100 million, and the districts and the Fire Authority got about £4 million. Government's new recovery grant is worth £600 million. So 6 times, but Devon didn't get a penny. So Angie Sinclair, who is sat beside me here, and an excellent finance team, were forced to go back to the drawing board and find another £10 million. So what was already a balanced budget? And we've come to a balanced budget today. We only got our provisional settlement from ministers just before Christmas. It assumes an increase in our core spending of £37 million. If you think that sounds like a generous government, think again. It assumes we would raise £32 million of that from the council tax. And that's why we have proposed a 4.99% tax increase today. So the government actually increased our share of the national pot by just £5 million. That is an increase of 2.02%, the lowest of any county council across the country. When demand for our services continues to increase substantially, from young to the old to the vulnerable, and it contrasts sharply with our neighbours in Plymouth, who received an extra 11%, and Torbay that received an extra 8%. And it comes after 15 years of austerity, when we've taken savings from the low-hanging fruit and have gone back to the bone. We did have our financial settlement a couple of weeks ago, the final, and it gave us some cash. But you'll see from the budget book, it effectively neutralised increases in compensators for the increase in the employer's national insurance payment that the government has forced us to take up. That means that we've got to get the council payers to contribute more to support our services this year. I didn't want to do this. Household incomes are under enough pressure as it is, but around 4/5 of our spending goes on providing helpful care for the most vulnerable children and adults. And we've included £4 million boost for repairing roads and fixing potholes and dealing with drainage. And I know that will go down well with residents. And I would point out, before we start the debate, that residents in our neighbouring county in the north are facing a council tax hike of 50% more than we are. The ruling Liberal Democrats there are proposing and have agreed a 7.5% hike in their council tax. As I said, I will leave Phil Twist to go into the detail of the budget, but I'm happy to commend it to you as a continuation of this administration's prudent commitment to effective and efficient stewardship of our finances, designed to get the best value for every pound we spend. And I formally move.
Thank you very much, Councillor McInnes. I now call upon Councillor Twist.
Chairman, Leader, members, good afternoon. This will be my fourth budget. Never anything other than honour to present it on behalf of the people of this fine county. This is indeed a time of significant challenge for local government nationally. The changing government, as we've heard, has brought changes, particularly in the approach that the government takes to local government funding, with a focus more on deprivation indices and council tax raising ability, less on the cost of delivering service in rural areas like Devon. In common with other local authorities, we have a legal obligation to set a balanced budget. Despite, as we've heard, the late notification of the repurposing, whatever that means, although I think I know what it means, by the government of the Rural Service Delivery Grant, meaning the loss, as we've heard, of £10 million to the authority. We have, however, or we are able to present a budget that not only balances, but provides significant investment in services while also improving our financial stability. It's clearly a priority of both political and officer leadership that we must live within our means, and in doing so include affordable expenditure plans that strike an appropriate balance of service, delivery, risk management and financial sustainability. As you've heard, the council is increasing tax bills is not a decision we take lightly, quite the opposite. However, demand for our services and the need to protect the most vulnerable means we have no option but to propose the increase, as you've heard, of a total of 4.99%. That works out to £85.59 a year, or the old chestnut, only £1.64 a week for a Band D property. But make no mistake, that's real money for people, real money. The council tax and the additional funding from government has allowed us to increase the budget for our services by almost £44 million to £784 million. Just a quick headline on the figures for the various directorates. Integrated adult social care, an additional 29.1 million, so up 8.2%. Children and young people's futures, an increase of 12.4 million, up 5.5%. Public health, down by 6.2%, a much smaller budget in overall cash terms. Performance and partnerships, similarly, down by 3.4%. Corporate services up by 1.4%. Climate change, environment and transport up by 3.4%. Overall, this is an increase of 5.9%, which translates to £44 million more funding for our services compared to the current year. We've listened to what our budget scrutiny committees have told us over the past month or so, held formal consultation meetings with representatives from the business, trade union and the voluntary sectors, taking on board their priorities. And I thank all those concerned for their valuable and considered input to this budget process, especially those members who engaged in it. I am delighted, Chair, to confirm that in addition to the increases already discussed, the budget now also includes the following items that have been funded from the Second Homes Council tax, which has helped offset the loss of our rural services delivery grants. That means an extra £5 million investment and risk management in children's services, £4 million extra for highways, £20,000 to continue the excellent work of Devon Communities Together, supporting our working together between the Devon and Torbay VCSE Assembly and our County Council. Finally, an additional £500,000 for homelessness support, bringing the total budget for 25-26 up to £1 million. Levels of reserves is key to our financial resilience, and our strategy for these is reflected in the medium-term financial plan, which you've all got in your papers. The budget papers clearly show that they are lower than most other county councils, and clearly this is not the year to be taking money from reserves to pay for ongoing services. And I'm pleased to say that this budget does not draw upon our reserves to support core service delivery. This is, however, a modest investment in service and system transformation, if you're wondering. The county fund balance will be maintained at its current level. The level of the cumulative SEND, Special Educational Needs Deficit, high needs, is expected to reach just under £133 million by the end of this financial year. Government rules, as you will know, that came into force in November 2020, says we must ring fence this deficit away from the reserves of local authorities, and they're in place until March 2026 at a national level. So it's not just us that are impacted by this. And there will be apparently an announcement later in 2025 on future plans. And whether that is to extend the statutory ring fence beyond March 2026, and we're just waiting in limbo basically at the moment. The SEND deficit is projected to increase by a further £30 million in 25-26, and that means it'll come up to £163 million. Big money. Devon is far from alone in having to deal with an unenviable system, which, like all of you, I am concerned about and personally think will end in a lost generation of children without urgent reform at government level. The deficit sits on our balance sheet and represents cash that's already left the authority. It has a significant impacts on our cash balances, so changes to the Treasury management strategy have been made to safeguard cash, but no longer by funding the capital programme by internal funding, but to instead change to some external borrowing. To further enhance our financial sustainability and boost cash balances, a contribution to reserves of £14 million is proposed for 2025-26 and into the medium term in the financial plan. Moving on to the capital programme, the programme, in line with the capital strategy, aims to meet the needs and priorities of operational services whilst remaining affordable. As such, the approach in prioritising investment for inclusion in the capital programme focuses on maximum the use of external funding and minimising the need to borrow except for essential services in service priority areas. The approach to capital funding is to ring-fence capital receipts to support the flexible use of capital receipt strategy as also set out within the budget. The strategy not only supports the authority contributions to the SEND deficit as required, but also enables investment in transformation that delivers savings. I'm pleased to say that the authority plans to invest over £540 million in Devon over the next 5 years through the capital programme. As of the 31st of December, the county's external debt, i.e. borrowings, stood at £476.4 million, which this authority inherited from a previous administration. Reducing cash balances and the need to set aside capital receipts to support SEND safety valve and transformation means it has become necessary to borrow externally to support the capital programme. The Treasury Management Strategy sets this out in detail, and external debt is expected to rise to £558.5 million by the 31st of March 26. For the 2025-26 financial year, it's been assumed that the average interest rate on lending to banks and building societies will be in the region of 4% per annum. The target rate takes into account the likelihood that the Bank of England will further reduce the base rate from the current level, which reduced from 4.75 to 4.5% on the 6th of February after this report was written, but it's reasonably there or thereabouts. The budgeted level of investment for the year also takes into account a reduced level of cash back balances available for investment. The yield from the investment in the CCLA property fund is assumed to be 4%. It is not proposed to make use of short-dated bonds and multi-asset income funds for 25-26 due to the lower levels of cash likely to be available for investment and the higher risk associated with this type of fund. Therefore, these types of funds are not factored into the budget for investment income. Arguably, the most important part of the budget, and it's an odd one, not really, it's an odd one, but it's important, is the statement of robustness of the budget estimates and the adequacy of reserves set out on pages 26 to 29. The statement by the Director of Finance and Public Value sets out the risks we face to our financial sustainability. The Local Government Act requires the Council to have regard to this statement in making our decisions, and that means all of us in this room. I'd like to thank Angie Sinclair, her no doubt exhausted finance team for all their hard work over the last 10 months in getting to the balanced budget you see today. It really has been a mammoth undertaking, as well as all those others in the council contributed to building the budget from various service areas. This despite the sand continually shifting beneath their feet. And I commend this budget to the council. But before I do, I'd like to thank Angie, all of the team who have worked and continue to work extremely hard, and anybody else who has been involved in the process. I'm very happy to formally second this budget. Thank you very much, Lena, Jem.
Thank you. Can I say to the back row, thank you very much, because Angie's team are pretty well represented here on the back row. I know we haven't got all of them, but thank you very much. Some of you, this may be your first budget meeting, looking at you from here, but it has been and is always a very hard job. I now call upon Councillor Hodgson to speak and to move her amendment, and I don't have a seconder on my sheet of paper, but could you tell me who's seconding it, please?
Do you want me to tell you who's seconding now? Can I ask somebody who would like to second it?
Would you introduce, or are you going to?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, so the amendment is there before you. I just wanted to say a couple of things, if I may, about the relationship between this and the budget. I think we've got a really tight space to be speaking in today. It's very, very hard to have a budget when we're constantly as a public authority just being cut and cut and cut again. And I don't really, with respect, go along with what Councillor McGuinness suggests that it's only in this last couple, since the new government. We've had a huge problem since austerity kicked in, which was the previous government and of a different colour. I think we've got a consistent problem with trying to make something work, which is almost impossible. And I think our officers, our budget officers, our financial teams work really hard, and I admire what they do. And I think their support and advice when any of us go to them is really welcomed as well. So I thank them for that. I was at the Corporate Infrastructure and Regulatory Services Scrutiny Committee on the 30th of January, of which I'm a member. And it was proposed there by actually one of my, a colleague from a different party, that we should actually raise the, put back the our own community locality budget from 5,000, which was proposed for the forthcoming year, back to the 8,000 we've had this year we're in at the moment. And that was unanimously supported. So it was across the parties at that meeting that we should support this. Of course, then that left the question of where do we take the money from? And at the cabinet meeting last week, I suggested that it should come from the line that just says smoking and tobacco. Now, I know this isn't something to just be lighthearted about or take lightly, because obviously all of our public health works are very important. But it does feel to me that the 3,000 extra that each of us and every one of us would have to spend in our local communities at times now when it is so difficult and so many community groups are going under, that can actually go a long way. I know that one of the responses at the cabinet, and it was said also at other places, that, well, a lot of people don't always spend all their money. And when that happened a few years ago, when we had our community budgets reduced, it was proposed that the money that had not been spent in the previous year should be pooled and then allowed us to take our budgets up. I think that's somewhere that maybe this could come from. But I haven't got that figure. What I have got is obviously the budget book in front of us. So my proposal is that we actually finance that additional £180,000 that it would cost to raise each of our 60 divisional members from 5,000 to 8,000 as we are now, that it should come from the community grants element of the commissioning grants budget. So that's the line within the communities. So it's in the same kind of budget area. This means that the commissioning grants budget would therefore be reduced from 1.176 million down to 996,000. It's still a lot of money, and I know that a lot of that money goes into really good works like the citizen advice, it goes into youth work, it goes into a lot of other things. But I feel that the extra 3,000, we can make a real difference at the local level, and I think we can respond in times to things that really otherwise we might lose at the local level, which is so important. So I ask you to consider that amendment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Formally second that, Councillor Biederman.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Hodgson. I think, the principle, I'm sure that everybody in the chamber completely and utterly understands and supports, because it does make an incredible difference to our communities. It gives us a bit of flexibility to help and support our communities. Just a little bit concerned that we're not robbing Peter to pay Paul. And Jackie, I just wonder if you would accept an amendment that we actually just take a little bit of time over this and maybe take it to the 20th of March meeting, so we sort of hold this decision so that we can fully understand which budget it is coming from. Because I don't want to sort of support this and then discover that the Citizen Advice Bureau just picking a organisation out of my head.
Can I stop you there and just as clarification? The rules I've always understood on the budget is that all budget amendments have to be submitted in advance by 3 days so they can be looked at and approved. Now, I've never taken an amendment to a budget in a budget meeting. Can I have clarification from the County Solicitor?
Thank you, Chair. You're quite correct. So our constitution is explicit at Rules 14.3 and Rules 32.5. The budget amendments can only be submitted 3 days before the full council meeting at 9 a.m. Another 3 days before, it's not permitted to shift an amendment from the floor.
Councillor Collins.
Thank you, Chairman. I think officers may have misunderstood. The budget amendment from Councillor Hodgson is proposing 180,000 from the community's grant. There is uncertainty about the impact of that, the law of unintended consequence. I've spoken with officers prior to the meeting who are unclear if that would take money from CAB or Devon communities together. The suggestion was that we vote on the budget, but this one decision around the 180,000, so the budget is set today, but there's one decision on whether the 180,000 comes from the community's budget is left until the, apologies, left until the 20th of March, because we need to be clear whether there is money in the 1.2 million community's budget, which is unring fenced, it's not allocated and therefore could be used, or if there's, now none of us will want to find that we say, yes, we'll increase the locality budget, and then find it's, I don't know, coming from CAB or coming from some other organisation, the law of unintended consequences. So, Chairman, I think we can set the budget today. Members are simply delaying a decision in order to have all the permanent, all the proper advice on this one matter on the 20th of March, yes, Chairman.
Okay, Mr. Chairman. Sorry, I am the chairman. Bear with me a second. I want to adjourn the meeting for a few minutes so the county solicitor and the head of finance can have a conversation here, because I don't think we have within the rules the right to amend any specific bits on this at this late stage. Will everybody stay in the chamber, but the county solicitor and the county treasurer, please leave the room, put your heads together and come back. This is unusual. Okay. Can we have group leaders in the chairman's office? Right, councillors, could you please return to your seats? I'm going to bring this meeting back in. Would you like to sit down? Everybody, please, can I bring this meeting back from adjournment? Everybody, please take their seat. Please take your seats. Thank you. Right. As I understand it, the county treasurer is going to speak first as a 151 officer.
Thank you, Chair. If I could draw members' attention to page 76 of the budget pack before you, I can hopefully add some clarity. I'll just wait a second whilst you all reach page 76. It's page 76, communities page.
Yeah.
Thank you. So at the start of the section called Safer and Stronger Communities, there's a line called Commissioning and Grants, 1176. This is the line that Councillor Hodgson's amendment proposes that the 180,000 comes from. That sum is made up of three elements. 500,000 of it is for the CAB. About 400,000 of it is a communities grants pot that organisations can bid into. And the remainder is Devon Communities Together funding. So there are three distinct elements to that funding. My understanding of Councillor Hodgson's amendment is that the 180,000 should come from the communities 400,000 element, not touch the CAB or the Devon Communities Together funding. I hope that provides clarity for members this afternoon.
Right, now I have Simon Kitchen somewhere. Frank, not yet. Simon Kitchen first.
Thank you. Just to provide clarity on the unallocated funding element that Angie's just described, predominantly that's made up of the growing communities fund that some members may be aware of. So as Angie said, communities can bid into that each year, grant funding up to £3,000 that's assessed and allocated accordingly. And we ask organisations to provide an assessment of the impact of the delivery of that work. So just to clarify specifically what that fund is, that funding is used for.
Thank you, Simon. Now the county solicitor.
Thank you, Chair. Just to confirm that we gave this exact advice to group leaders and that we have provided sufficient information to be enabling a decision on the budget today. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Well, the leaders are all, as I understand it, in agreement. Right, now Councillor Biedermann.
Yeah, thank you ever so much, and I apologise to everybody for the time delay, but I think that was useful to be absolutely sure, and I'm happy to second Councillor Hodgson's amendment. Thank you.
Okay. Now I think I call upon the Liberal Democrat spokesman. Councillor Lever, is it you or is it Councillor Connett?
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to pass the baton to my colleague, Councillor Connett, as the budget spokesperson. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Connett.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you also for the adjournment, which I think provided all members with clarity. And it's really important that we know that the additional 180,000 via the amendment from Councillor Hodgson does not have an impact on any existing grant for CAB Devon Communities Together. However, I would like in the next round of committee meetings, the Procedures Committee, wherever it is, to consider, as in very strongly consider, a new instruction for the locality grant for 25-26 so that it is used within the year. Because this money very clearly will be available to organisations and used within the year, or at least allocated. Too many councillors, as Councillor Twiss observed in his media statements, have not been using their locality budgets anywhere near as much. And many colleagues have in fact held on to it and rolled it over. We shouldn't allow that. This is money, Chairman, that is available for grants, and if it's in the members' locality budget, which if the amendment is approved, which I think it will be, as all group leaders have approved, go from 5 to 8,000 next year. Let's get it out into the organisations in our communities, and let's get it where it can use most, not sat in County Hall being rolled over. So, Chairman, would you undertake to ask procedures or the relevant committee to look into that, please?
I will undertake that I make a request, bearing in mind this doesn't start until after this council is possibly dissolved on the spending parts. It may be for the next council to look at it. But I'll work that out later, but I will take note of what you say, and I totally concur with what you are saying.
Thank you, Chairman. Moving then to the current budget and the budget for 2025-26. I too want to begin by thanking all of the finance staff for all of their work. I'm sure they will have been relieved that this year I chose not to submit nearly 100 questions on the budget, and that will have given them at least some extra time to worry about other things. But in thanking the finance staff, I think it's opportune also a moment in council to thank all of our staff, and most especially I'm thinking of our highways workers and those out in the recent very cold weather, gritting the roads and doing all they do. We sometimes forget what's done in our name in the darkness of night on very cold weather and taking huge risks. And I need to add to that as well, driving down the North Devon Link Road, just reminding myself of the daily risks that the people who work for us, indeed our contractors, take fixing our roads. We should never underestimate the risks that people take to earn a shilling from us, but in order to do a job that keeps Devon safe. So on behalf of certainly our group, our thanks to all staff, but most especially at this time, the finance staff, who we know will have been put through some paces by various oddball questions coming in saying, on page 6A, you said this, did you mean that? No. And so thank you very much for that. Now, the leader of the council described this as a prudent continuation of the administration. That's one interpretation. Councillor Twist described it as a balanced budget, although that were in itself a miracle. It may be, but all councils, and I say this for the benefit of Conservative colleagues who I've noticed have taken to Facebook in recent days to talk financial matters when they've not done so in the past year or so, and then talked about the miracle of Devon setting a balanced budget. By law, all councils have to set a balanced budget. The trick is, how do they do it? We'll come to some of the trickery in Devon's a bit later, Chairman, but I think it's important to note. Now, and I was hoping we were going to get away without describing the D word, Chairman, but as Councillor Twist mentioned it, I thought we better talk debt, just so that I can help people out. Councillor Twist described debt that the authority has inherited from a previous administration. Plurality is everything. I think he means administrations. And it is certainly the case that a former Conservative leader of this council was responsible for at least 55 million of debt in their time as leader. We should own the debt. We should understand what historically happened. For as often as I've heard Conservatives talking about the debt the council has, they've never yet once said which capital programme they didn't want done that was voted for at the time, which road they didn't want built, what roads they didn't want repaired, what school they didn't want sorted out, what jobs they didn't want created, all those things that a capital programme does because councils invest in their area. We do it. We are often the investors of first and last resort, standing up for our areas just as we do in our district councils, just as we do here at county. Debt can be a good thing. Most of us who have or have had mortgages will understand that we borrow to do good things. But there is a difference between good and bad debt, and we'll come on to that in a moment, Chairman. So I say it to my Conservative friends that you should understand the historical nature of Devon's debt, and not least some of the issues that I've seen referred to as high interest loans. Now, I asked the officers if It was indeed councillors in some previous administration or two that took out the debt, but actually decided they will borrow from lender A rather than lender B. And they said, no, no, no. Once the budget was set, it was officers who made the decisions on where to borrow and at what rates and how to do it. So it wasn't any individual councillor, so not even the Conservative former leader, who decided which debt to take out. It's officers who took it out. And I guess some of you might be referring to the Lobo loans, and I hope you don't mind me spending a moment on lender option, borrower option. They really work quite well. The lender option is to increase the interest rate. The borrower option is to repay it when they do, which is exactly what Devon County Council did last year when the lender exercised their right to increase the interest rate. And I know Conservatives hold on to the we've paid back debt. Come to that. Some of it was repatriated to Plymouth City Council and Torbay Council because they became unitaries, and Devon was the debt holding authority. They paid us, we paid the lender, but that debt was repatriated to them. The lender option, borrower option loans were repaid when the lender exercised their option to increase the interest rate. However, as I understand it, Devon then reborrowed it, refinanced, so it paid back the loan and then borrowed the money again. So it's interesting if you say to me, Conservatives don't borrow, because they certainly do. Which brings us on to this budget, Chairman, because I think Councillor Twist said it's a balanced budget. Well, it is, because it has to be by law, and indeed the Director of Finance couldn't do otherwise than to ensure it was a balanced budget, because if she did, we'd be visiting her at His Majesty's pleasure, I guess, wouldn't we? Absolutely, we don't want to do that. But it is balanced by debt, Chairman. It is balanced by the fact that in this current year and in the next financial year, the council will be borrowing approximately £50 million. For those of you interested in the fine detail of that, about £6 million it relates to the South Devon Freeport area. So if you knock that off in round terms, Devon is borrowing about £45 million to support its budget. What's the impact of that? Well, you need to know, I guess. That means that there's an additional £1 million being found in interest payments. And in order to repay the capital, because debt from a council is rather like a, what would you call it, an interest-only mortgage? Best way to describe it, you pay the interest every month and at the end you need to be able to repay the mortgage. So there's a mechanism called the minimum revenue provision, and the council sets aside money each year in order to be able to pay back the debt. If you combine the interest rate on the money that is being borrowed and the minimum revenue provision, the impact on our revenue budget is next year about £1.74 million. £1 million in interest and £770,000 in minimum revenue provision, the money we set aside to repay the loan. So, Chairman, this council will be borrowing money, new money, under this administration, and don't anyone get away from it. Now, Chairman, I know that last year there was great joy that the administration had negotiated the safety valve with the government. The safety valve, in a simple way to put it, was try and get some money out of the government in order to deal with the flow, the fast outflow of money for special educational need. And we call it a safety valve, but of course we need to find an easier phrase for members of the public to understand what this is. I'm not sure what it's a safety valve for, but the government in round terms is giving Devon £90 million over about 8 years. Last year, I think it was about £40 million that was coming in. And this is what was said in the papers to the May Cabinet meeting. Note that due to the Department for Education Special Needs and Disability Safety Valve Programme grant funding agreement being more than anticipated at budget setting in February, it is now possible to release £10 million of capital receipts to support highways infrastructure. So let me just headline that for you. The administration were cock-a-hoop that they'd done such a great deal with the government that we got more money than ever could have been expected from the ministers. Wow! Great job done there. Money still flowing out of the back door on send. And because it was such a good deal, £10 million was going to be spent from capital on highways. Do you all believe that to be true, that £10 million was going to be spent on highways? I'm sure you do. You don't need to nod. It's all right, because you're wondering where this is going. Well, of course, Chairman, it wasn't actually spent on highways, because what this budget does, it says, actually, we haven't got that £10 million at all. We're going to borrow it in this year. We're going to borrow the £10 million and spend it on highways. So it's said in May last year, you negotiated such a fabulous deal with the government, you had 10 million quid you could stick into roads and repair them. Now you're saying, well, there ain't actually 10 million quid at all. We haven't even coped at all with our send. And so we're going to borrow this money to spend on roads. So we're going to go into debt for the roads. The next bit of it on send, isn't it, is that as is noted in the budget report, money is still going out of this council at an alarming rate. Now, where I think I support a general council view, and something that Councillor Twiss alluded to, was that the send crisis isn't one for Devon County Council alone. It is one that affects all councils, upper tier councils, that have a responsibility for education and supporting children with special educational needs. And none of us want to be in the position of saying one child can have support and one child can't. In fact, we can't do that. We are required to meet need where it presents and is identified. However, the last government effectively wanted to shoehorn its responsibilities down to Devon. It agreed to 90 million. This government is going to have to pick up the tab, not just for us, but for every council that faces this enormous deficit stuck over in a corner over there. And I'm going to spend some time on this, Chairman. I hope you don't mind, and because this is really important. Devon County Council faces bankruptcy. Now, some people are saying, no, we don't, we're not anywhere near it. Oh, yes, we are, because you only need to look at the Director of Finance statement regarding the robustness of this budget. And what you'll find, Chairman, is that it comes with a proviso. And the proviso is simply around the matter that it's robust, provided the government do something either to assist with the send spend or extend the safety valve, basically where we put the spending in a negative reserve, which is due to end from memory in next year, in 2026. If that doesn't happen, all 160 odd million pounds of that deficit comes and sits on the council's books, effectively wiping out the council's entire reserves, general, earmarked and usable reserves, just entirely wiped out. That is Bismarck Day for this council, if that were to happen. Or Titanic Day, or any ship you like, Lusitania Day. It is a really important thing. It's really important that people standing for council in May understand just how close we are to bankruptcy. We are one decision away from bankruptcy. And that decision will be governments. It will be governments in terms of whether they extend the special mechanism of a negative reserve or whether they pump money in. So in voting for this budget, if you are intending to vote for this budget, you need to recognise that you are voting for 50 million of borrowing, that's in this budget. You need to recognise that you are not spending 10 million of capital receipts on roads, but you're spending 10 million of borrowing on roads. And you are recognising that there are very many perils that face us. Our roads require 200 million of backlog maintenance. Children's services, as in SEND, are 160 odd million of debt already and rising. And our finances are crippled by what the previous leader of the council would describe as internal borrowing, which I know for many people sounds very simple, and it is simple. Basically, instead of borrowing from the banks or the Public Works Loan Board, we borrowed from our cash resources. Many families do it, but they're not at that level. But many families will do it. They'll rob one saving fund to sort out an immediate problem. The internal borrowing of this council under the Conservatives' watch is £74 million. So let me round it up for you. 50 million in this budget to be borrowed, 166 million of SEND deficit, reserves gone through at a rate of about 200 million since 2009, and 74 million of internal borrowing, which if it's externalised would be an additional 74 million. So if this is a prudent budget, I think it really does stretch the imagination as to what prudent actually means. balanced it is, but balanced on a pinhead that precariously, Chairman. The Liberal Democrat view is that the council's finances are in such a parlous state, we took the active decision not to submit an amendment. Not through any lack of care and consideration, but this is your budget. You have administered the council since 2009. You haven't borrowed more money. You intend to borrow more money. You've taken no action for many years, because I remember the time sitting in a cabinet meeting and just asking for clarity from the previous Director of Finance or County Treasurer that the spending on SEND was in fact real money. And when the previous County Director of Finance said yes, you could see the light bulb switch on among cabinet members. And actually, this wasn't some theoretical accounting exercise, but was real money the County Council had spent, Chairman. So in summary, we will support the amendment from Councillor Hodgson. Now, with that clarification, we'll be voting against the budget because we think you really haven't done your homework and you're relying on the banks to get you out of trouble so that you can get through one more election. But your day on the doorstep comes in May, and we hope every resident in Devon marks your card well and truly and gets you out so that sensible people can run this council properly and put services back on the road for every resident, every business and every trader in Devon, Chairman. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Connett. Councillor Whitten, are you speaking for the Labour Group? You're passing to Councillor Tracy Adams. Tracy.
Thank you very much, Chair. I promise not to go on quite as long as Councillor Connett. First of all, I just want to say thank you, as we all have and will, to all the officers who've worked to make this budget acceptable and balanced. I would say I want to thank every officer, however small their job, whatever their contribution is. I know from the work in children's services, the hard work people do, not just on the roads, but across this council. So thank you to everyone for their part in trying to make things better for our residents. Of course, it is the role of politics for opposition parties to hold the government to account, and I've got no problem with that, and I certainly anticipate some of that this afternoon. But it is also my role as a councillor in the Labour Party to make absolutely clear how this council has benefited from the new Labour government in the face of opposition. This government has provided, I won't go through all the details, as Councillor Twist has gone through some of those, but we have £5 billion new funding for local services. The final settlement makes another 69 billion overall. That's 4.7% real increase. There's a 1.8 billion being put into early years education. About time. Every committee I go on, it's about, please, can we make sure that we get in earlier to prevent issues being more difficult further down the line. There's another 1.4 billion for school rebuilding, 300 million for school repairs, much needed. We also have a 1 billion into buses and 200 million for our police partners. We want our partners to be part of what we do here that will support us. There's a 1 billion increase across the country in SEND support. This is the national picture. However, in Devon, we have benefited from an extra 62 million for highways to address some of the road defects and potholes that Councillor Connett has been talking about. There's an increase in 12 million for our social care grant. That's 8.2% increase and 5.5% increase in funding for children's services. These are our most vulnerable people. I would not expect a Labour Party, I would expect a Labour Party to ensure that this is where we look first. This extra funding targets our most vulnerable residents. There's a 3.4% increase for transport and climate change, including a newly announced roughly 4 million for active travel that has come out this week. And Devon has had the highest grant across the whole of the South West for that. National insurance contributions have been mitigated for local government, and Devon has been a complete winner in this area, as other authorities have not benefited from this complete support. Devon has. This is a win for us. This government has maintained the 5% referendum principles on council tax, the same level as set by the Conservatives. Many other councils have actioned increases in the past and this year too. It's not uncommon or extraordinary. It is a percentage set by the Conservatives. I'm sure we don't want to do that, but there are times when we have to, and I understand that. This Tory administration, I have to say though, is the master of its own misfortune. I'm afraid in regards to the Send black hole, I know they expect this government to clear up their mess. I'm not going to go through all the financial details that have come from the Lib Dems. They will probably put it in a more succinct way than me. But I am looking forwards, generally, not backwards. But I really do have to bring a timely reminder right now to that the need for action in this area wasn't taken soon enough. And those pigeons are coming home to roost right now. I appreciate that Send funding is a national issue. However, we do have the double whammy of the past complacency in Send in this administration, and Send is by far the most worrisome part of this budget. Let's be clear of our responsibilities here in that area. I know how hard officers have been working to improve our Send offer, but this doesn't take away the legacy of this administration and the poor management previously in other years. This government is trying to grow the economy, trashed by the previous 14 years of Tory rule, and at the same time, fill in the 22 million black hole, a challenge few governments have to take on at the same time. Excuse me, is someone speaking, Chair?
One councillor at a time speaking, please.
John Major, on the World at One over the weekend, made clear that there's not been a raise in the living standards for 15 years under your watch. He also said he had clearly had sympathies with Rachel Reeves right now. That's what he said. And that she has to manage this budget in this backdrop. After decades of cuts and financial mismanagement, compounded by spiraling inflation and a failure to grow our economy, councils at all political stripes are in crisis, yet the new Labour government is expected to make good of this overnight. Well, I would hope for some humility and lack of naivety on this point. These first few months of a new government are the first steps towards rebuilding local government. We as Labour councillors have met with our Exeter MP Steve Race, who has personally spoken to Bridget Phillipson, and she is committed to the government launching a review of the funding formula for schools in this area, as she knows Devon is disadvantaged. This is important for the future fair funding of our schools in this county, and therefore a support to DC services in general. This review was not carried out during the 14 years of Conservative rule, and I do hope that you all spoke to your MPs while they were in power, and I do hope you will continue to speak to them now as we have. All the problems of this administration are left to us, and we're supposed to just resolve them so quickly. I would laugh, but I'm afraid the consequences are too damaging. As for the Lib Dems, I've heard Councillor Connick give a very erudite explanation financially of how his party has no responsibility for the budget in the way the place we find ourselves now. But I'm afraid I won't be taking lessons from them on fiscal responsibility. During their last administration at DCC, and I checked this afternoon with an officer, they took out £191 million worth of debt, which we're still paying off. No further debt has been taken since then by the Conservative administration, except for the safety valve, and I won't go there because I think we've made clear how we feel about that. So I will be supporting this budget because I know how hard the officers have worked to make it balance as best they can, and the preparation that's gone into it. I do just want to ask one question, which I will leave. I don't know if it can be answered, Chair, or not, whether it's something that will be answered later on. But as a separate matter, as Chair of Children's Services, I just would like to know if our scrutiny recommendations were accepted And if not, why weren't they actioned by the Cabinet? But I assume I'll have to get a written response on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, one or two people have indicated they want to speak, but I'll start with Councillor Brazil, I think, who put his hand up just now. And then I go to Councillor Crabb.
Yes, thank you, John. Someone want to speak? Oh, no. Okay, I'll continue. Yeah, first of all, I think I ought to respond a bit to what Tracy said there. And you know what, I accept the figures that she announced, but those are nationwide, and we're actually here in Devon. Devon did appallingly badly with the financial settlement, and you can't get away from that. In fact, if you look at what we just got from government, in fact, it was in real terms a cut for Devon County Council. So whereas spending the money and you know, I respect it, and I think it's absolutely right that it should be on the most vulnerable, I'm afraid Devon did incredibly badly. And talked about making up the shortfall in local government for the national insurance increase. May have been for county, certainly wasn't for the districts, and probably not for Exeter either. That's a real terms cut from this Labour government. So, you know, you can talk those figures, but actually it's not a good deal for Devon as far as we're concerned. I just also during the debate they talked about local government reorganisation and Somerset and what had happened there. Can I just say how shameful I thought it was that we tried to cancel elections in this place so that we could be in a fast track going down a road to nowhere, as we have seen in Somerset, that the perceived savings that you make from local government reorganisation do not materialise, and all that happens is that council tax has to go up higher than the 5% cap. Government's only too happy to do that because it's not coming out of their coffers, and they can blame it all on the local government rather than actually taking responsibility. Council tax is a regressive form of taxation. The public services that we should deliver should be paid from national taxation and not from council tax. But unfortunately, successive governments, and they've always done it, pass the buck to local councils to put up tax and then pretend they're not putting up tax, when of course they are. Two issues I'm going to concentrate on. The first is around the send. Look, I think I heard Phil saying the overspend this year, this coming financial 25-26, I mean, we can check it, is 30 million. Well, it's not, it's actually 44 million. That's what you got in the budget book. So there's this complete misunderstanding about the send and the deficit. When it came to the scrutiny committee meeting, it was only 14 millions. And now in this meeting, it's 44 million, a change of 30 million pounds in the send budget. And that may be because safety valve has changed the parameters of it. We don't know it. I sit on children's scrutiny. I've got no idea what's going on there. The truth is that if we are just breaking the safety valve rules, then the government will call it in and this council will be bankrupt, if we're not going to be bankrupted already on March 2026. It's a massive issue, and whatever happens, whoever takes over this council or whatever happens with the unitary, we have a £150 million deficit to deal with, and someone is going to have to deal with that. And the final point I wanted to raise was around second home council tax. District councils and precepting authorities across Devon all raised second home council tax by 100%. It meant that this council received an extra £15 million. It was a sort of windfall that this council received. And instead of investing that in some capital spend, some invest to save, they've decided just to put it into the core budget. Well, firstly, I'd say that's a dangerous thing to do because that could fluctuate quite a lot. And secondly, one of the problems we've got in this council, and it's been historic for many, many years, is that we're not strategic in the way that we approach things. All we've done is we've salami sliced our budgets. What we haven't done is look about how we can invest to save. So what I would say to the council, and I very much hope that in May, when there's a new administration, that they will look in, is that we will invest in housing for key workers, for example. We struggle to recruit and retain some of the most important workers, social workers, etc., within the county. If we could provide them with cheap housing, then that would be a massive way to incentivize them to stay here and to, in fact, join us in the first place. That's the sort of innovative and ambitious thinking that I think this council severely lacks, and that a new administration will hopefully bring in. I won't be supporting the budget as it stands. I do support Jackie's amendment. I think that's absolutely right. It's going to come out of a budget that basically officers decide where it's spent, and what they're going to do is give it to councillors so that we can decide. We can decide who in our communities deserve it most. So I absolutely support that, and thank you for bringing that up. But I'd leave you the words that if we're not bankrupt by this time next year, it's not long coming.
Thank you, Councillor Brazil. Councillor Crabb, and then I'm going to give the opposition leaders, Councillor Whitten and Councillor Lever, Councillor Whitten, the opportunity to speak. Councillor Crabb.
Oh, correct it. Chair, I'll be very, very brief because I just want to bring up one particular point and mention it now. And it's because I'm sick and tired, genuinely sick and tired of hearing about this £22 billion black hole. Councillor Adams has just brought it up here. Luke Pollard was on the telly a couple of weeks ago on politics programme with BBC. He must have banged on about this £22 billion black hole 20 times on one programme. The government in October 2024 sent the OBR out to do a piece of homework, and they demanded that they come back with a piece of paper to prove that this £22 billion black hole existed. They could not. The best they could come up with was the fact that £2.9 billion of proposed savings could not be met, and there was some uncertainty about £9 billion, which may or may not appear. Simple as that. There has never been a £22 billion black hole, and Rachel Reeves has had access to all Treasury documents since January. It's nonsense. It's irrelevant to this meeting today, but if someone doesn't stand up and start shouting about this, it becomes fact, and I'm teed off with it. So it's not fact, it's nonsense, it's fiction. 22 billion, nonsense. When it's on the telly, turn the telly off. Thank you.
Councillor Crabb, thank you. I'll go for Councillor Lever first, then Councillor Whitten. Carol.
Thank you, Chair. Much of what I would have said has been said extremely eloquently by my colleagues, and I thank them for it. I would also like to echo thanks to all of the officers who have worked so hard on the budget, and I know that the curved ball of the the repurposing of the Rural Services grant at the last minute was particularly put pressure on everybody working on the budget at a time when actually, I'm sure that none of you had Christmas. I hope that you had some time off. I really wanted to thank all of you for that. There was just a number of different points that I wanted to raise in addition to those raised by my colleagues and others. I do think it's disingenuous of the administration or members of the administration to suggest that actually any of the problems that we've got is nothing to do with them, nothing to do with their government. We absolutely have seen the reduction in funding for local government year on year on year on year. And this is impacted on all of us as local residents. It has moved for a reliance on council tax as opposed to central government funding. And actually what we've seen across the council, across the local government family, is increasing pressures on budgets. Devon County Council is not alone in this. This has happened across the country and at all levels of government. So for anyone to try to pretend that that's not a problem is frankly living in cloud cuckoo land. I would like to move on, if I may, to actually what all of this means, what the reduction in local government funding from central government has led to. It has led to a reduction in staff numbers. It has led probably to quite a lot of efficiencies, which is great, but it's really made us, all of us in local government, focus on what is important. And actually what we, all of us, I hope, agree that what is important is the services that we provide to the people of the area that we serve. And what this budget provides is a stark reminder that having a lower than, as we've been told, a very low level of support from government, the loss of the Rural Services Grant, and this is on top of the decade and a half of austerity that the Chair mentioned and others have mentioned, where that leaves us in a situation where the SEND overspend, which if it was, actually not able to be held in a separate ring-fenced pot. If that was on the books like with the rest of the money from the council, we would be bankrupt. If not now, then shortly. What a perilous situation face the people of all of Devon, not just North Devon, where I'm from. But we find ourselves in the extraordinary position, do we not, where we have a council where the sustainability and the balancing of this budget is reliant upon the government in Westminster and the response to the council's attempts to renegotiate the safety valve, the additional money to help support the special educational needs budget. We are in the position of where the future of this council lies in the hands of ministers that we have very small levels of representation of in this chamber and across the county at other levels of government. And we are in a position where even if we are able to, it is possible to renegotiate that agreement with the Department for Education, we are still looking at the impact of the years and years of I would say poor levels of service that have led to the problem in the first place. So we will still have many, many families out there who are waiting for their educational health and care plans. We will still have overspend. We will still have schools that are trying their absolute level best to provide support to children and young people who present with additional problems and without the financial recompense. And it used to be that the schools were provided with backdated payments to cover additional costs beyond the 20-week statutory time within which plans had to be provided, and that is no longer the case. So our schools, who are not only facing problems of a reducing birth rate, and which puts in question quite a lot of their long-term finances, but our schools and the fantastic staff there who are teaching our children and supporting the kids in school, they are in a position where financially that is concerning. Now, that is of course a school budget, it's a separate issue, but what it comes back to is how this council approaches the support for the most vulnerable in our communities. And we have not seen the changes, the improvements that we have wanted. We have seen some action towards catching up a bit on the backlog of EHCPs. 20 million quid to do all of that. We have seen the results of the previous Conservative government and the system that they've set up put this council and other councils in jeopardy. And we have also seen the Conservative administration in this council not thinking innovatively, not actually trying to be not to take on the best practice from elsewhere. This is a terrible, terrible, terrible budget. It does balance, but as it's been mentioned, barely. It is a terrible budget because, frankly, the position that we found ourselves in is a result of this administration and the way that they run the council. So I absolutely will not be voting for this budget. I do appreciate the work that the council, that all of the officers have put into trying to create a balanced budget. Tough job, frankly, tough job. I will be interesting to see exactly who does vote for this. I think I know already, but I and my group will not be voting for this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Whitten and then Councillor Chesterton.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I primarily wanted to speak to the budget amendment that has been put forward about the proposed reduction in locality budgets for individual councillors. I think, like many councillors, probably across the whole chamber, were deeply concerned to see the reduction in the allocation from £8,000 to £5,000. Very much aware that that would impact the availability of funds that we as individual representatives in our communities are able to get out into the hands of community groups that we have contact with, that we know about, that we're aware do good work within our areas. And yes, I would very much support the increase, if it were possible, to a larger allocation. However, now that it has been explained to me that that money would come out of the community's pot, I'm afraid I am concerned, because it is inevitable, whichever way that money is found, it is going to harm community groups within the Devon area. They're either going to lose funding because it's not available for allocation through that community's pot, or they're going to lose it because we as members have less money to allocate. So for me, it therefore comes down to who do I trust more to get that money into the right hands. And I'm sorry to say, but I actually trust more a panel that makes a decision based on a set of criteria that is applied uniformly than the rather random approach that I believe is happening amongst councillors, where some members do not even spend their allocation or only spend part of it. For that reason, although I very much agree that it would be a good thing if our locality budgets could be increased, I am not happy about taking the money out of another pot that gets money into the hands of communities. So I will not be supporting the amendment for that reason. As I say, not because I don't agree with the principle, I just not feel that is the right place to be taking it from. With regard to the budget itself, as this is the only opportunity I'll have to speak, we only get one crack at the whip. I just want to say that I find the Liberal Democrat position a very strange one, to say on the one hand that this is a bad budget, but not to be able to put forward an alternative. That I find disingenuous and irresponsible. I absolutely agree this is a budget that I would rather was not the budget we were having to apply or vote on. It's not only the result of current financial circumstances, it is the result of past financial circumstances, it's the result of decisions that have been made over many years, both here and nationally. But it is where we are, and unless members of opposition parties can say, I would do it this way rather than that way. I see it as utterly irresponsible not to support what is on the table. For that reason, I will be supporting it. I would say of the Liberal Democrats, if you cannot provide an alternative way of doing things, how can anybody trust you that you could do it if you were in charge next year? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Chesterton, then I'll take Councillors Atkinson, Wrigley and Slade. Chesterton.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, I think we're looking at this budget. It's a difficult time for all councils. There are many councils that are in similar position to ourselves across the country, and some of the accusations made about the future, etc., could be made probably in any council chamber, upper tier council chamber across the country, and so I think we need to bear that in mind, that it is a difficult set of budgetary circumstances that we're looking at. But there have been some tough decisions. I'm very glad that the administration has come up with a balanced budget that makes sense. What we have had today, though, is a lot of history lessons from the past, and comments have been made and whatever. I just wanted to ask, and I appreciate he might not be able to answer straight away, but I'm sure he will during a summing up period, the cabinet member. We've obviously been talking about financing and borrowing, and this might be the first time that we've had to borrow during the lifetime of this administration. But obviously previous administrations we've been told quite clearly that 55 million or so was the responsibility of a previous Conservative leader. That obviously must leave somewhere in the region, I guess, 400 million or so that's been borrowed by others. Could there be some clarity, just so I understand the situation we're in, re this external borrowing, what might have been in the past, what borrowing there might have been, what value, what interest is payable, and when are these due for repayment? Just so that there will be some understanding about what the future actually holds, because obviously past borrowing, even if from, I don't know, just say 15 years ago or so, or more, does play a part still in our ongoing financial future. So if he could provide some clarity at some point, I'd be very grateful.
Thank you. Councillor Atkinson.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, members. Thank you, officers, for your report. And also thank you, John Major, former Prime Minister of this country, a Conservative one, for acknowledging publicly on radio at the weekend that he agrees with Rachel Reeves, the Labour Chancellor's budget, and the fact that she has been left in a very difficult situation by 14 years of Conservative government, so that we are where we are today. I'd also like to thank Alan Connett, a member here, for his acknowledgement of the mess that the Labour government has been left in, and his acknowledgement that Labour has been given an impossible situation concerning local government funding to sort out. And yes, we are where we are, but I would also, excuse me, I'm speaking, but I've got, sorry, I thought you wanted to, oh, sorry.
No.
Okay, fair enough.
I take it he's asking for me to put him on the list.
Okay, fair enough. I thought he wanted to indicate something. So I would like to also point out that the Liberal Democrats' memory on this is incredibly selective. First of all, we had Julian Brazil admonish the fact that council tax is a regressive form of funding for local government. But I'd just like to take this opportunity that it was your government, Julian, the coalition government, that changed local government funding when you were in power, in the first year that you were a part of the government, and you set up this current system of funding which took away the revenue support grant and introduced standalone funding for councils could only raise funding either through council tax, through income, or through business rates. And that was the model of local government funding that your government was responsible for. And before coming to this meeting, I did have a look at the Institute of Fiscal Studies report on local government since 2011. And councils are more reliant now on raising revenues through taxation than 14 years ago. So council tax today contributes 53% of core funding, up from 36% in 2011. And that was your government, Julian, that did that, and the Tories that have carried it on since then. So, yes, we are. And I'd also like to remember Liberal Democrats and colleagues on this government, but the Institute of Fiscal Studies report says austerity in local government was by design, introduced by your government. So that study says that cuts introduced by both of your governments affected local government areas differently. So the cuts that you introduced, Julian, affected most of the deprived areas. So you may laugh, but it's true, you were in government. And in those particular areas, the funding per person fell by 35% under your watch, compared to 15% in the least deprived areas at that particular time. So what we have now is a situation where successive cuts in government have been built on until, of course, we got to the era of just before the general election, when the Conservative government did increase more funding for local government, which was welcome, but not so as to redress the loss of core funding to those most deprived councils in this country. And that's not my opinion, that is the Institute of Fiscal Studies report, which I urge you to go and watch. So we are where we are today, with successive governments over 15 years taking money out of most deprived areas and cutting government funding for local government in all areas, but more significantly in more deprived areas. So the Labour government's job is now to try and fix this injustice, to make sure that the deprived areas get funding on the same basis of less deprived areas because of their inability to raise council tax because of their low council tax base or business rates, etc. So while it is with deep regret that we have this funding situation for local government, I would also remind you that it was the Conservative government, and started by the Liberal Democrats, that they have successively kicked into the long grass local government reform. And now it's up to the Labour government to pick up these discrepancies in funding and to try and simplify funding of the local government so it's fair to all areas. And so Rachel Reeves has had some hard decisions to make. And one of those, unfortunately, was to look at how government funding might be given out more fairly for this particular year. And so she came up with a choice of taking in the rural funding grant and putting it into this new temporary recoverment grant, which distributes money based on an accepted deprivation indicators that's been in place for decades. In fact, it was put in place by the Conservative government as deprivation indicators, and it's these indicators that the Labour government used to use that rural grant as part of the £600 million recovery grant that it gave out in this particular year. And it's meant that while we sadly have lost £10 million, as has been acknowledged by the leader, Torbay picked up money. They were lucky, they got more money. And so did Plymouth.
And say that you are being timed and you're run out of time. So could you wind up, please?
Okay, I'll wind up saying there was a consultation process, and this government has committed to reviewing that situation in the new year coming forward. It has agreed to look at local government funding, and it's also agreed to look at those deprivation indicators to take on board issues like rurality, like coastal areas, schools funding has already been issued. So this is a stopgap budget, and I'm looking forward to a comprehensive spending review, a review of this new government of local government funding, and your colleagues on this side of the chamber, as with our MPs, will be supporting fairer funding for Devon and for all local government in future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are timing everybody, just so you all know. Councillor Wrigley.
Thank you, Chair. You may be relieved that being fortunate enough to sit in another place as well as this place, I will leave national politics out of this chamber. I would just like to draw attention to one small fact in the budget. Following the changes to the delivery of airband connecting Devon and Somerset in October, debated in CRS in November, I was disappointed to see no mention of further activity and further actions in the budget to increase broadband. After social care, SEND, potholes, lack of broadband connectivity is very, very high in my inbox. It's something that does concern a lot of people across Devon, and this council does need to pick up the activity since airband appears to have dropped the ball. We have areas in my division where we have poles that have been put in the ground with no wires connected to them and no activity connecting to the homes that they are put there to connect. We're seeing communities listed that are not now being covered. I would like to see this council continuing, although it mentions it in brief, I think broadband is mentioned 3 times in the budget. There is no indication that continuing on a push towards getting better broadband connectivity, which is more and more important in today's age, is actually a priority for this council going forward. So please can that be considered, and I would like to understand what the plans are to pick up the activity and to push connecting Devon and Somerset to replace what airband have now dropped. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Colin Slade, Councillor Slade.
Thank you, Chairman. Well, I'm going to be as brief as I can because I think we're probably all getting a little bit fed up with non-stop party political broadcasts and the blame game, blaming national government, blaming previous administrations going back into the mists of time. We should be concentrating on the here and now. The Liberal Democrats say this is a terrible budget. They're obviously wrong. They don't know what they're talking about, and they've offered no alternative budget. It may not be the perfect budget, but it's the best budget that we're going to get here today. And I would also just like to commend Councillor Hodgson on her amendment, which certainly came up during the CRS meeting, which I was vice chair of. I welcome that amendment to maintain the locality budget. Yes, it was to be decreased from 8,000 to 5,000. This proposal is to bring it back to 8,000. There are a number of councillors in this chamber who probably don't spend their 8,000 or even their 5,000 when they had it. I usually spend all my budget. I have to confess, this year I have failed. My closing balance is 59 pence. Whoever asked for that 41 pence on their application, I don't know, but 59 pence is what I'm left with. I commend Jackie Hodgson for her amendment. I commend the budget to you all, excluding the Liberal Democrats, because as they have witnessed today, or they've demonstrated today, they really don't know what they're talking about. It's not a terrible budget. It's not a perfect budget, but it's the best budget we're going to get here today, so please support it.
Thank you. I've got Councillor Parker Khan, Dewhurst, and then McGuff, in that order at this moment. Mr. Councillor Beedham has already spoken. Right.
Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Khan first.
Thank you. 2 things struck me as some of the esteemed colleagues over here were speaking. The first one, and it was interesting that Councillor Atkinson, I think it is, took a swipe at Councillor Brazil for a short memory for what happened in the coalition government. And I seem to remember a note left in 2009 saying that there was no money left. Very short memory over there somewhere. The second thing was Councillor Lever was speaking about the extremely precarious position that Devon is in because of the SEND budget and the safety valve. Like we're the only council in that position, and at the risk of vain repetition to what may have been said already, we're not in a unique position when it comes to SEND funding. It is systemic right across all upper tier councils, and over half of all councils, according to the Local Government Association, have indicated that they would have to declare bankruptcy next year if this issue wasn't addressed. So I think although it's not ideal, we have to understand that this is not unique to Devon County Council, and the budget that's being put forward today, as our dear friend over here has just said, is the best that we're going to do with what we've got, and no alternative has been put forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Dewhurst and Councillor McGough.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not going to go back into the mists of time. Just in the 12 years that I've been in this council, and to talk about that, I agree that probably under the circumstances, this budget may well be the best that can be achieved. But in that 12 years' time, I've seen this council, in effect, not get on with central government, at most of that time being of the same party as this administration. I look on this council's debts. As I drove here today, I drove along the South Devon Highway. That was a big investment for this council. And I think it's an investment that has impacted for the good of hundreds of thousands of people in South Devon. Sadly, these days, it's full of potholes. It's in a really rotten state. They're not technical potholes, I'm afraid. They're just the sort of potholes that ordinary people think are potholes. I don't think they're 40 millimetres deep. They've certainly got sharp edges, and they're certainly more than 300 millimetres in diameter, but they're certainly not 40 millimetres deep. But they're what ordinary people see. And what ordinary people see is a decline, a general decline across our county, of our roads, of our services, across everything that we do. And I think it's really sad. And it comes from one place. It comes from an inability of this council to work with central government to get the kind of funds that people in Devon deserve, need, and should have. Thank you, Chair. I won't be voting for it, but I will be voting for the amendment.
Thank you. Councillor McGough, then Councillor Randall Johnson.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. Well, I'm torn whether to support or vote against this budget. And my reasons being, I'm here to represent my own public of North and West Owen Appledore. Now, I don't feel that keep taxing the working class people is the right thing to do. Where does money come from? We all talk about big budgets, 1.7 million, 2 billion. It's lovely money. If you had that sort of money in your own bank accounts, you're a bit more up to date the way you're actually spending it. You've got to make hardline decisions. Where are these hardline decisions going to be made from? There's nothing. If I do vote against this budget, it's nothing against the staff, so I don't say nothing personally. I'm a taxpayer like yourselves. I work hard for my money. I don't want to see it being wasted to central government. Now, Labour, self-righteous. What more can I say for you? You've taxed the working class into absolute oblivion. It's absolutely disgusting. Now, Liberal Democrats, well, like I said last time, you never make a hardline decision. You got loads of lines in your asses. You don't make decisions. You do not do it. To me, it's just unbelievable.
Councillor McGough, language, please.
I didn't realise I swore by saying that.
Yeah.
I thought it was not
You're
fair.
using language I don't find acceptable in this council chamber, sir.
No problem at all. Backside then, derriere. Apologies. I didn't realise. I didn't write. That word was swearing. So I'm sorry. Is that all right?
I would suggest very politely, just carry on, but be careful what you say in future, please.
Most certainly. So I would like to carry on with the Liberal Democrats' lack of accountability. You borrowed most of this money back in your term with your coalition. You were great at coalitions. Never seems to go anywhere, does it? You're quick at criticising us and what we're doing with the budgets. You could actually help. Like today, you've offered no alternative. Hopefully, Councillor Beedham may offer you an alternative, as he's now joined your team. I like Councillor Beedham. I think it's fantastic for his area. And I'd like to see you get back in again, Frank. So I think you're really good. I've worked well with you over these past 4 years. So I personally do thank you on this. But the budget going forward, you can't keep taxing working class. The money comes from us. It doesn't come from the councils. It doesn't come from central government. And yet the Labour government are so willing to give our money abroad in foreign aid. You're giving my money abroad. My taxpayer money is going abroad. Why can't I use that for my own public? Or is that class, am I now going to be classed as far right for saying that? Because I'm most certainly not. Look after British first. Thank you. Chair, I do apologise if I overstepped the mark with the thing, but
thank you.
Tongue in cheek comes to mind.
Thank you. We go no further with that. Councillor Randall Johnson, then Councillor Biederman, then Councillor Channon. And I think then I draw it to an end.
Chairman, thank you very much indeed. And I was heartily disappointed to hear from Alan Connick not one word about adult social care. I think it's so vitally important. We've heard quite a lot about children and our SEND budget today. But for me, it's adult social care, which is vitally important. And I'm so grateful to see the extra money going into this high demand service. We're about to go into a spending review later on this year. And I would request and plead with our officers that you come forward with a really good reason why we should be having more funding in this area. For the simple reason that the NHS is in a protected state, yet the department is called the Department for Health and Adult Social Care, and we are not seeing it coming into adult social care, which is what we should do. I'm sorry, Labour Party. You said before the election that your plans were fully costed. Yet when you get into power, you immediately say it's not. And I find that very disingenuous. I'd like to thank our officers for the excellent work that they've done in pulling this together, and I see great growth. And I'm going to use a word that Labour push all the time, which is about the foundations. They're building on the foundations. Under Donna Manson and Tandra Forster, we are seeing the great work that is being done to stabilise and formulate a situation which has in previous years been very creaky. I'm sure that our children's services will be in exactly the same position, well organised and making the less demand on the overall budgets for this council. The one that I'm really concerned about is the word prevention, which the government throw down our throat in regular, daily doses, yet our public health grant still lags seriously behind that across the whole country. Please, Labour government, do something about it. You could start by redirecting the funding which goes into the international development budget. £15 billion bleeding out of this country, paid by our taxpayers. Please bring some of it back home. That's where charity starts. I shall be supporting this budget today and thank our officers and members for what you've done in preparing it for us today.
Thank you. Councillor Biederman.
I will be quick.
We stopped you last time, so we'll bring you back.
Sorry, Chair?
We stopped you last time, so we'll bring you back.
Well, yeah, I was only moving, seconding the amendment, which I'm happy to support. I'm just going to stick to a question, I think, because it's been mentioned lots of times, and it's the question of balanced budget. Am I right that every council has to deliver a balanced budget? And the accusation sort of has been suggested here today and on social media that other councils aren't, and I'm not aware of any council in the country that's not set a balanced budget, and I'm certainly sure that we have. So I would like to answer that, ask that question simply, Chair, and I think we'll leave, like I say, there's been a lot said. I think one thing we've learned today, it doesn't matter who's in government, whether it be the Conservatives or Labour, they really don't seem to like rural areas, do they? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Channon. And then I'll take Councillor Price, and he will be the last speaker.
Thank you. This was the 32nd budget meeting I've sat in this council, because that's the number of years that I've actually served on this council. And it's not a good budget, but it's the best we can do, given the fact that we are the lowest of 21 county councils in the funding that we're given, and taking into account the rurality of Devon, which apparently government does not done. Having served on this government, on this council for this number, I really do believe in local government. And that's why I'm really sad when we sit around here just pulling each other's parties to pieces in various ways instead of fighting for local government. That's what we ought to be doing. We ought to be going to our various members of parliament and lobbying them about the funding that we get in local government, because we've all been embarrassed by our national government from time to time, but we need to fight that fight. I was the leader in the time when, and deputy leader, the time when we actually had a Wemba council. In other words, it was hung. And it was also the time of foot and mouth disease. And we had the embarrassment of actually setting a council tax increase of, just listen, 17.95%. Just think what we've come, if we'd said that today. This was when Tony Blair was, and his government were actually, the government of the country. And they were just taking on extra stuff all the time. And for trading standards, a lot of them without any training or what have you. And then they were being fired. But we were still having to pick up the costs of the, their resignations and retirement. It's not funny. We've had some pretty embarrassing times with what the governments have done in various ways. I don't suppose the Labour group are feeling particularly happy at the moment either. Members of the Liberal Democrat group who suffered because of the coalition government. Let's go out there and let's fight for local government. What really matters is what they tell you on the doorstep, the hopes and concerns of people who you call and visit. And we know those people because we do go and call and visit them. Unfortunately, a lot of our members of parliament don't, or they don't have the same contact. We need to fight for local government instead of fighting ourselves and throwing mud. So I'm really sad that this is my last budget meeting, in the sense that it's yet again a day on which I shall be going home feeling, oh dear, we've not really fought for the real things any longer. We've got to start doing that, stop fighting each other.
Thank you, Councillor Chan. Councillor Price, last speaker.
Thank you, Chairman. This is my last address at a budget meeting. I'm retiring after my health scare. So what would I like to say? No, you did say at the beginning of the meeting, Chairman, you didn't want to hear anybody repeating anything the previous councillor said. But I can tell you now, all I've heard through this meeting is praise heaped on praise to the officers for preparing this budget. In fact, I could listen to that all day long, because at the end of the day, that's the amount of money we got. Officers have reminded us through the entire 10 months, and that's all you can spend. We might all have big desires about where it should go, but today is the day of reckoning. And so the officers are prepared, magic words, a balanced budget. I do find it odd that, having agreed it's a balanced budget, there are some people who are not going to vote for it. Well, I'm not repeating what's been said earlier. I can only commend the budget because if I think of certain people on my patch who ask me after today, what did you vote for? I can tell them what I voted for and what they can expect given the money that was available. So, keeping my speech well under time, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Price. I'm going for summing up now, so Councillor Hodgson first, Councillor McGuinness afterwards. Councillor Hodgson, your amendment.
Thank you. I'd like to thank those who've said they will support the amendment. I appreciate that, and I appreciate the fact that it feels a little bit like we're poking in the dark with the community's budget that's being challenged here. But what I would say is, and I did ask the officers when we went off this small short adjournment, whether they knew how much had not been spent this year. I mean, nobody mentioned the 59 pence that was mentioned earlier, so that's obviously one part that can be added. But there will be more, I'm sure. And so I said that I would, and I asked for the procedure then to pull that into the community services, because otherwise I think it just goes straight in normally into the general pot. So I think it's the cabinet meeting in April that was mentioned, was where the outturn will be known of that particular area that hasn't been spent, and ask for that to be put into that pot to replenish it a bit. I'm sure it won't be huge, but it'll be better than nothing. While I'm speaking, I would just also say that it's interesting listening across the chamber, but I think a point that's been missed is the impact on all public services of the private sector getting a really firm grip on public services, particularly over the last 20 odd years. You know, the PPIs that's set up, all of these ways that we've ended up being tied in to basically giving money to the private sector, and not least of which is, you know, one of the things I'm really unhappy about is what goes on with the Freeport, and that freedom to grab public money with just a simple memorandum of understanding is all they're committed to. I think that's pretty despicable. And it's not one party, it's just the way that the way it's gone, where we've moved, I think, in that direction. And I think that's the thing that makes a big difference to us in terms of our public services here, is that there's a big private sector involvement all the time, with so many of our different services all taking off a bit of a share to their investors, which I don't think public services should be having that impact at all. And that's just, it's a public view, it's a green view, but it does have an impact, and that grip is hard to shake off. So I'll leave it there, Chairman, and I just say that I will be voting for this budget. I think it's a difficult budget, but the officers have done their best with what we have to play with, and thank them. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McInnes, sum up on the budget.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you very much, members, for all your comments and questions, etc. Firstly, could I say that I'm happy to accept the amendment, and I say to my own colleagues and group, you know, a free vote whichever way you feel, but I support that, because as someone who has used the locality budget, I haven't got quite down to 59 pence, but I do believe in using the locality budget, and it's a very important tool. And the money where it's coming from is somewhere that was going to the community anyway. So I say to community groups, you need to come through your newly elected county councillors to access the locality budget. Could I also add my thanks to staff? I mean, I said it at Cabinet the other day on Friday, but staff have been absolutely brilliant. And I think we have a process in this council now that actually we start on next year's budget almost in May and June, don't we? And that's the way we need to do it. It's not something that's done at the last minute. And the way we were thrown into having to look at the budget again right at the last minute is something which is not a stress I've seen any of us go through before. So thank you very much for that. And just on terms of borrowings, there's been a bit of discussion on borrowings, and I will give you a written reply on the detail of all the borrowings over the years and what it costs us in terms of interest rates, etc. I haven't got that in my head to give you an answer now. But there's one thing that is absolutely certain. The amount of money this council has borrowed now is less than it was when we became the administration in 2009. That is the truth. And it's considerably less. So for all that's being said about who spent what where, we've been a prudent administration. Now let's deal with SEND, because quite understandably this was the major issue that was raised. Now I'm going to be sorry to go against what you said over that. I'm going to give a little bit of history here, because I think we need to understand how we've got here. In 2014, the coalition government came forward with proposals to radically change how SEND services were actually delivered. Brilliant, and I think nearly everybody welcomed what was proposed at the time. The one fatal flaw was there was no extra money. Here we are 11 years later in a difficult situation, like most upper tier local authorities that are education. But we've been saying constantly to governments of all colours, this is not working. The way it's set up is going to cause an extreme financial situation. We have too many children getting education, health and care plans, and we have too many children that are actually going to the independent sector that costs on average £59,000, £60,000 a year. And we've constantly said that to government. You need to change the guidance, you need to change the law. Otherwise, local government and national government will not be able to afford it. And here we are in 2025, some members of the council saying we're practically bankrupt. We are not bankrupt because government intervened and said we put this money aside. But it is a very worrying situation. And our chief finance officer was absolutely right in the budget book to say we have a balanced budget. It is our duty to have a balanced budget. And if you don't, you go into 114. We're not going into 114. We're nowhere near going into 114. But in the medium and long term, we really need to look at how we can work with government to actually bring down the overspend in SEND. Otherwise, we've all had it. You know, and I'll be absolutely upfront about that. That's the situation we find ourselves in. Also, the situation has been exacerbated by, in my view, the previous government, and my political colleagues will probably be a bit annoyed with this, but they've almost set up a two-tier education system, whereas children with special educational needs go into special schools, etc. And then you've got mainstream schools that only think about education attainment. They've almost removed the support in mainstream schools for children with special educational needs. That also has brought us to this place where we are today. And if I could ask my Labour colleagues out in front of me here, if you have any influence with your government and with your Labour MP, please ask them to put more money into schools, not only for education, but for support for special educational needs, because it's by keeping children in mainstream school that need support with special educational needs that will actually get ourselves out of this mess. We're not going to do it if that's not done, in my humble opinion. So thank you for raising special educational needs. It is absolutely the key issue. And when I went around various districts in Devon in November and December talking to town and parish councils, I was absolutely upfront with them. The biggest issue the county council face is special educational needs. I didn't hide it. I did not have it on the agenda. It was number one. So I hear what you're saying. I'm not going to say anything about LGR today because we've got our Members' Day next Tuesday, the 25th, and I do hope as many of you will come along and we can all talk about that then. Second homes council tax. Now, I thank the districts very much for putting 200% on second homes, and I thank you very much for the amount of 14.9 million, I think it is, that's coming to us in the budget. But I was being clear since I was leader back in May last year. I could not commit this council to actually putting this money just into housing projects because I needed to see where the budget was going to be. Now, as the year went on, obviously, almost 6 weeks before the final, we had £10 million swiped away from us, apart from the extreme pressures we're seeing in adult and children's services. So that's why I'm so pleased I didn't commit myself. In fact, I would predict that even some of the districts are finding it difficult to put that money where they say the money should go because of their own pressures within their own councils. What we need to do as far as housing going forward, and that's very much what the combined authority of Devon and Torbay is to work with Homes England to actually bring real money into Devon so we can actually build housing for local people. That's what we should be leaping up and down, working together with the districts and the county with Homes England. And that's very much what we are doing, and that's what the County Combined Authority with Torbay is already in the process of. I've got various scribbles down here. Adult social care, thanks very much for mentioning adult social care, because again, that is the biggest part of the budget. It's half the budget. and how we interact with the National Health Service is absolutely crucial. And I'm still fed up. The last government wouldn't do it, and now this government's doing it. They've got an inquiry into the NHS for the future, and they've got an inquiry into adult social care. You should be doing it together, because you cannot talk about one without the other, because the other has the consequences. So please, anyone with any influence, try and deal with it there. As I said, I accept the amendment. And could Councillor Whitten, I slightly take exception with what you said about how councillors use their locality budget. You know, I think it's good that members have an individual choice of what things they want to support in their communities. The only thing I would agree is then, for God's sake, spend it and don't pile it up. It's there to be, it's not your money, it's the community's money. And lastly, I think the theme out of this debate today is that we've talked a lot about the past, political history, etc., but we do need to think about the future. And we've got a new government for the next 4 years plus. We've got a new government that is actually changing direction where funding is going. We've already seen that in Devon with this £10 million rural services grant being removed. So could I say to officers, on your behalf, we need to be working with all our public health colleagues across Devon, in local government, as in districts, city, as in health, as in police, as in fire, and we need to collectively be putting together how we actually say to government what life is in Devon, what deprivation there is in Devon, how the extra cost of delivering rural services is costing us in Devon, so that the national government can't say, well, we didn't really realise what was going on in Devon. We need to be absolutely clear. Government is changing its rules, and we need to be changing how we're interacting with government and making sure that they know. So, members, thank you very much for your involvement and your questions and comments. And as again, I formally move the recommendations. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Leader. Okay, now we go to the vote. I'm going to vote first on the amendment, and it's going to be a roll call. County Solicitor, would you please firstly explain, and then people, please, when you're asked, when your name is called, it's the amendment first. The amendment first, and then for, against, or abstain, and that goes then into the motion.
Thank you, Chair. So first of all, I'm going to move to Councillor Hodgson's amendment. And as the Chair said, if I could ask you to either vote for, against, or abstain. Following conclusion of that, if that is carried, that will become the substantive motion, and I will ask you to vote again, for, against, or abstain. If that isn't carried, we will go back to the original motion from Councillor McInnes. So, first of all, members, if I can just ask you to vote on Councillor Hodgson's amendment. So, Councillor Adams, Councillor Aspersion, Councillor Atkinson, for, Councillor Aves, Councillor Berry, Councillor Biederman, Councillor Brazil, Councillor Brooke, Councillor Bullivant, Councillor Shannon, for, Councillor Chesterton,
for,
Councillor Chubb, for, Councillor Connaught, Councillor Cox, Councillor Crabb,
For.
Councillor Crode, Councillor Davis, for, Councillor Dewhurst, for, Councillor Gilbert, Councillor Hall, Councillor Hannaford,
For.
Councillor Hawkins, Councillor Hellier, for, Councillor Henderson, Councillor Hodgson, for, Councillor Hughes,
For.
Councillor Ledbetter, Councillor Lever, Councillor Maskell, for, Councillor McGough, Councillor McGuinness,
For,
Councillor Morrish, Councillor Khan, for, Councillor Pert, Councillor Prowse, Councillor Radford,
For.
Councillor Randall Johnson. Councillor Samuel.
For.
Councillor Saywell. Councillor Scott. Councillor Sellis. Councillor Slade. Councillor Thomas.
For.
Councillor Trail. Councillor Twiz. Councillor Whitton. Councillor Wilton Love. Councillor Wrigley.
For.
Councillor Yabsley. If you'll just give us a moment to count these, we'll come back in a second.
Right. Councillors, if I can have your attention, please. The vote for the amendment was 44-5, that it be accepted. That is now part and parcel of the substantive motion, including the motion proposed by the leader of this council. So we now have a motion that is, as it stands, leader's comments plus amendment, and you can all vote on that now. And again, for, against, or abstain. County Solicitor.
Thank you, Chair.
Could you just give a quick explanation because one or two chicken heads?
So we had to vote on the amendment first, and that had to be an all council vote to agree on the amendment, and that would then become the substantive. So you now have to vote on the substantive, which is as stands. And again, if I could just ask you all to indicate for, against, or abstain, please.
So, may I just seek your clarity? So we voted on the amendment. Are we voting on a substantive and then there's a final budget vote, or this is the final budget?
This is the final
Lovely.
budget
Thank you very
vote
much.
now. Thank you. Okay, so I'll start now. Councillor Adams. Councillor Asvishin. Councillor Atkinson. For. Councillor Aves. For. Councillor Berry.
For.
Councillor Biederman. Councillor Brazil. Councillor Brooke. Councillor Bullivant. Councillor Shannon. Councillor Chesterton.
For.
Councillor Chubb.
For.
Councillor Connett. Councillor Cox. Councillor Crabb.
For.
Councillor Crode. Councillor Davis. Councillor Dewhurst.
Abstain.
Councillor Gilbert. Councillor Hall. Councillor Hannaford.
For.
Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Hellier. For. Councillor Henderson. Councillor Hodgson. For. Councillor Hughes.
Abstain.
Councillor Ledbetter. Councillor Lever. Councillor Maskell. For. Councillor McGough. Councillor McGuinness.
For.
Councillor Morrish. Councillor Khan. For. Councillor Pert. Councillor Prowse. Councillor Radford.
For.
Councillor Randall Johnson.
Councillor Samuel. 4. Councillor Saywell. 4. Councillor Scott. 4. Councillor Sellis. Councillor Slade. 4. Councillor Thomas.
Against.
Councillor Trail. 4. Councillor Twiz. 4. Councillor Whitton. 4. Councillor Wilton Love. Abstain. Councillor Wrigley.
Abstain.
Councillor Yabsley. 4. Thank you. Again, if you just give us a moment to count. Thank you.
Okay, if I can have your attention again. That vote is 38 in favour of the substantive motion, 4 against, and 7 abstentions. So the motion, as amended, is carried by this council. Thank you very much indeed. I've got item 11 on the agenda, and after that you can have a break if you want, or we can carry on and finish the agenda. But at the moment, it's a framework decision. James, I think you got to stay there. James?
Thank you very much, Chair. Yeah, the framework decision, pay policy statement. This is something that's done on an annual basis. And if you go to page 33, I think it is in the papers, it'll tell you what the actual salary levels are and their remuneration. And that's basically what this is all about. So this is all very much in the public domain. Happy to move.
Seconder, please.
Very happy to second, Chairman.
Thank you. Anybody wish to debate this? I see nothing coming up. Everybody in favour, please show. Thank you very much indeed. Now you can have your 15-minute break, but I would like everybody back here in 15 minutes to finish this agenda off. Thank you. Right, if I can have your attentions, please. I don't know if anybody else is going to come back. The snag with the tea break, as I said, was everybody goes, some run, and others come back having refreshed themselves. This meeting, the rest of this meeting, will last as long as you all want to talk. So on the basis of that, I'll move to item 12 on the agenda, which is the cabinet member report. And I'll ask the leader of the council to come forward and talk about his report. And then you're entitled to raise questions, but on his report, not wide open. So, James,
Thank
over
you,
to you.
Thank you, Chairman, and sorry you've got to put up with me again. So I'm not going to go through the report. I'll happy to answer questions. The report covers external partnerships, corporate governance, asset management and capital investment, etc. And obviously the general things that a leader deals with. And I know you're only supposed to ask what's in front of me, but I'll do my best. And if I can't, I'll do.
Councillor, Eunice has issued a written report. Questions on that report? Does anybody have any? Or you? Councillor Atkinson. I normally do them in twos and threes, but Councillor Atkinson.
Yeah, I just wanted to welcome the investment in our care leavers. But I wanted to ask Keysight to facilitate co-location of services. Just wondered what services you're considering co-locating, and just wondering about whether that's a realistic proposition now, given we are really in the throes of local government reorganisation. Thank you.
Councillor Connett.
Chairman, may I ask the leader about corporate governance, which is on the report? Okay to do with that? The gentleman from the member of the public spoke earlier about access to public meetings. And I think there is an issue in the work that's being done. I would like to invite the leader to consider referring the proposals before the council today back to committee for further consideration. Not just about access for members of the public who may have a legitimate interest. In my own experience as a ward member, there was a planning application due to come to development management at the last meeting. It was adjourned, but there were many, many people who'd expressed an interest in coming, for whom originally there would have only been about 15 spaces. Many of those would have been taken up by interested parties, the applicant, opponents, and it is something that needs to be dealt with, and not simply saying, well, we've only got 10 seats. I quite take it, Chairman, that even if we had 100 seats, there might be 101 people, and there will always be a point, but it does need to be looked at. The other thing is that I wanted to draw all members' attention to, because they'll all be affected by this, the proposal in the paper before us today for Development Management Committee in terms of other interested speakers wouldn't, and so if you had, if you weren't on the committee but you had an application in your division, you want to come and speak about it, you might be surprised to know that in this proposal you wouldn't be first, and you wouldn't be second actually, you'd be third. Interestingly, the Member of Parliament would take precedence, and there may be an argument for that because of their time. The second would be a cabinet member. Now, it doesn't say whether that's a cabinet member speaking on behalf of the Devon County Council application, or whether just a cabinet member and it's their division, they would take priority, and then it's a local member. And that seems to me to be all wrong, very animal farmish, isn't it? All animals are equal, but some are more equal than others. And it just struck me that it's the local member that should take precedence. I accept that an MP whose time may be more considered might well be the first invitation, but after that, it should be the local member that takes priority to speak on something in their ward. I was going to raise it under the item, but as the leader's included a bit in his cabinet member's report, and it'll save time later, I just think we just refer it back to be looked at, because frankly, as a member of the public, and I've forgotten the gentleman's name, terribly sorry, is raised, What we're proposing to do is not in the best interests of the public, and it's certainly not in the best interests of individual members who may want to speak on a planning application in their division. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. That's two questions. Councillor McInnes, take those two first. I've got no other lights obvious.
Thank you very much, Chairman. The first question is, where are you thinking of co-locating? Should we be bothering with this in terms of possible LGR? Well, we are thinking of jointly locating with Mid Devon, Teignbridge and South Hams. And I think we do need to get on with it, because my experience of local government is, you know, let's look what you went through when Exeter was going to be made a unitary. We all went up the hill and all came down again and all sorts. So I think it's got to be business as usual in terms of how the council operates and how it works with its partners. And co-location is all about reducing costs, reducing lease costs, and we need to continue with that work. As far as corporate governance, and Councillor Connaught asking me to refer back, I'm not minded to do that, because I have been given some information here now, just a couple of minutes ago, that the public participation guidance is on the agenda for the governance working group going forward. So it's something that they're very much aware of and will be dealing with. So I don't think actually referring back what's on the agenda today would actually help that matter. And could I just give my own personal view on it? I'm you know, I'm an elected member, have been various places for about 25 years or longer. And I really believe in public participation. That's really important. But we have faced a situation at a number of meetings, particularly since the pandemic, where the behaviour of the public has actually put members and officers in danger. And in fact, there is even a special group that Councillor Connaught, you would have read about, that the police have got a special unit to look at actually the protection of elected members, whoever they are, not only members of Parliament, but councillors as well. So I think we need to be open for people to be able to come along and express their views. But at the same time, we can't just say anybody can do anything. So I think the fact that it's been referred to the governance working group on their next agenda is actually covers it. Happy for the next question.
Okay. Next questions. If I have none, I'll say thank you very much, Councillor. Next thing on the agenda is item 13, which is minutes of committees. There are no committee minutes called for debate. Therefore, can I first, as chair of the Procedures Committee, move the minutes of the meeting of the 6th of February 2025?
My apologies that I haven't called it for debate. And I don't think Councillor McGuinness, the leader, will have intended it, but in the minutes, it very clearly does indicate arrangements for admission of members of the public speaking order. And I really don't want to let the meeting go and for something to be approved. One of the issues I raised, for example, was the speaking order, MP, cabinet member, local member. That wasn't picked up in what the leader said. You know, I'm quite happy to take advice on how best to deal with it outside of the meeting, Chairman, but it is wrong. And the gentleman's come and sat through a long meeting. I think we deserve a bit more than simply it'll be on the next agenda.
County Solicitor.
I'm very happy to take it up outside the meeting on proposed course of action. So we'll definitely go on the working group. It's already on to those minutes, but I'll take that up outside of the meeting with you, Councillor Connaught.
Can I say, Councillor Connaught, I understood it was already there for discussion. So let's take it out of this meeting and we'll proceed on. Percy, Councillor Price.
Thank you, Chairman. The same item, but if you look further in the report, it says that the recommendation is coming to this council for approval. In view of what the member of the public made a representation to us today, earlier, I was at the last two highways meetings of Exeter, and it is true, because of what was on the agenda, members of the public were denied access. But this is the problem. and not necessarily for what procedures is dealt with. The room we meet in is fine. It's the items on the agenda attracted public participation. They couldn't all fit in. Before we started the last wing, which is about 2 weeks ago, I said, we need to be in a bigger room because there's too many people wanted to be there. Anyway, that wasn't arranged. So if that could also be considered, then I'm sure the gentleman who's still sat in the back will feel that we have listened to him. Thank you.
We note the comments. I'm not sure it's got too much to do with the leader's report. Okay, there's two people raising questions. Okay. Councillor McGough.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just touching on what Percy just said there. Obviously, I'm the chair of Hattock on Torridge, and just basically about filming the meetings for the public. They never seem to be filmed. We don't seem to be really transparent on the Hattock committees. They're trying to feed it back to our public. It's very hard. And Councillor Hellier, Councillor, what's your name? Wilton Love. Councillor Wilton Love. He'd be able to back me up on that. I just think they should be filmed for transparency to the public. So we can actually go back onto this and say what we're actually doing.
Councillor Wrigley.
Thank you, Chair. Following on from that, I'm delighted to see that in this update, it's suggesting that Hattocks that are held at County Hall will be filmed, which is excellent news. Really happy to do that. I've been trying to get this to happen for 4 years, as we've been saying. Now, most of the other locations also have filming capabilities, but clearly not necessarily compatible with counties. So I still think it's important to work towards those other places also being filmed, especially if we establish a precedent that the ones held at County Hall will be filmed, because otherwise it seems a little bit ad hoc.
Okay, Cabinet Member.
Mr. Chairman, I am delighted to hear so many members taking an interest in the work of the Governance Working Group. And I extend an open invitation, because we meet as a cross-party group. And I want to actually, if I may, I will use this as an opportunity actually to pay tribute to all of the members of that group. It has worked in cross-party where we have had a consensus. We have always worked on the basis of a consensus, and I pay tribute to the members who have sat on that. In particular, I want to put on record my tribute and thanks to Councillor Frank Lech, who has given sterling service to that group since we started our work. We will take on board the comments and recommendations that are made. This is ongoing. The work of the Governance Working Group will never stop. We will keep on looking at our processes and procedures. And if members want to contribute, they are more than happy for you to contact myself or Maria Price as Director of Legal, and we will take on board those discussions. But what I suggest, we've had a long day already. This full council chamber here and now is not the time and place for us to get into the nitty-gritty of these details. Send it to our group, we will work on it, and we will get something that I'm sure is acceptable for everybody.
Thank you very much. I now intend to move on to item 13. No committee meetings called. Therefore, can I first, as Chair of the Procedures Committee, move the minutes of the meeting on the 6th of February, 2025. First, I need the Council to approve Minute 84 relating to the recommendations of the report of the Independent Member Allowance Remuneration Panel for 2025-26, and the endorsement of the Procedures Committee. The revised scheme would take effect from May 2025, and the recommendations are outlined in full in the minutes of the meeting. Now, can I ask the county solicitor to explain and then hopefully take a vote?
Thank you, Chair. So there is a general dispensation in place to permit members to speak and vote in any debate on the setting of allowances. This is in accordance with Part 3 of the County Council's Constitution, Responsibility for Functions and Scheme of Delegations. And that states that all members and co-opted members of the County Council shall not be regarded as having a disclosable pecuniary interest as defined in the Council's Code of Conduct. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Any comments from anybody? Do I need a seconder, by the way? Can I have a seconder on this, please? Richard Scott, thank you. Anybody want to comment? If James Morris.
Yeah, Chairman, just a point really, and it's easy for me to say because I'm not standing in May, but if there was a time when we as councillors should actually stand up for what we're worth, it's now, when we shouldn't take any increase. I understand that an independent group have looked at it and it's their recommendation, not ours. I get it, I understand it. But wouldn't it be just a nice thing for our public when we have debated for the last 4 hours, an hour of it probably was taken on 180 grand. Well, wouldn't it just be nice if members didn't take a pay cut, but it stayed at the same level?
Thank you, Councillor Morris. Councillor Trail.
Thank you very much, Chair. I brought this up before, and I thought at our meeting last year, when it came to remunerations, that councillors would be granted the same as our staff on an annual basis. So I'd like to ask why it's been changed.
I'm looking around the room here. I chaired the meeting. It was approved. The Procedures Committee is made up of leaders and whip of all the groups. Caroline Neva first.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I mean, I sit on Procedures Committee, and it may sound not like the most exciting, but actually we have some quite meaty discussions. I am really clear that the work that we do as councillors is it's hard. There's a lot of it across party. We give our time, we give our energies, and we put ourselves out there and we're in the public eye. And with that comes some joys, but also with that comes some difficulties. But we are here to serve, of every party or not aligned to any party. I think my experience of having been a councillor, first up as a district councillor elected in 2017, is that I've seen a greater diversity in the people that we have elected to represent our communities. And I think that's a really valuable thing. We as a council have policies about making sure that we are inclusive, that we encourage diversity. And actually one of the things about having allowances, and let's face it, they aren't generous, but one of the things about having allowances is that it does allow people who are not wealthy, who do not have businesses to rely on or staff to pick up work, people who have a wide variety of financial circumstances, that they can actually be councillors and serve their communities. And I think the idea of not keeping pace with the recommendations, I think what that says is that that undermines the whole move to try to support diversity within the group of people who represent our communities.
Carol Whitten, then Rob Hannaford.
Thank you. Yes, I just want to say that the procedure that puts these recommendations in the hands of an independent panel was agreed quite a few years ago, when I believe after a period of renouncing increases, the allowances had dropped back quite considerably. And members at that time made the decision that this whole process should be placed in the hands of a group of independent advisors. And I absolutely support that principle. I personally do not wish to be making a decision to reduce the recommended amount or to increase it, or in any way to amend it. On the procedures panel, we were privy to their conclusions, the result of their considerable pondering over the figures and their best conclusion as to the appropriate amount, taking into account that previous suggestion that allowances should track the salaries of staff. As I remember it, it was more complicated this year because the agreement with staff was not a straightforward percentage. So the independent panel had to look at all the figures and come up with what they felt was the most appropriate correlation for our allowances against the staff figure. So personally, I could happily afford not to accept an increase, but I think that would be dangerous territory going forward, because we have put it in the hands of an outside body, and I think it should stay there. So I do recommend we stick with what has been recommended to us.
Thank you. Councillor Hannaford.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It was some years ago that we hadn't had a rise in our allowances for some years, and I think Councillor Hughes and yourself may recall that it was my proposal at the Procedures Committee a few years ago that we took the increase. I think it was after 16 years, was it, that we hadn't increased? And it was very much along the lines of particularly wanting to encourage younger people, working people, people that had their own businesses, and women to come forward and serve on the council. So I think we need to be careful. I think it was, if my memory serves me right, I think it was Councillor Aves, I think, that seconded it at the time for those reasons. And I think we need to be careful about that, because we went for such a long time when the allowances were not upgraded, and it just wasn't competitive. So you wouldn't be able to get people who could afford to come or could get that balance going forward. So I do think it's terribly important that it is delegated to the independent panel. I don't think we should be making decisions on our own allowances. I think they do it under very careful consideration, but I would urge caution that we don't go back to freezing it or not increasing it for such a long time, because it really gets out of kilter with the private sector and jobs in the community. And it was under the understanding, I take what Councillor Whitner said, that it's more complicated this year. However, the broad principle is if the staff get 1% or 2%, that's what we get, no more, no less. And I think that was the clear trend that we wanted to set up to avoid having that big catch up and to take the contentiousness out of the decision.
Councillor Connett.
Thank you, Chair. I suspect I may be the last speaker. I was simply going to ask that the question be put.
Right. You asked the question be put. I will move this comments here. I will say at procedures, it was well there. The increase is 1.11%. The independent review panel did a lot of work, not just with Devon and what was out, but our comparators with all the other shire counties. So I will move that this gets moved. I'm sorry. Everybody in favour, please show. Those against, please show. Any abstentions, please show. Thank you. Clearly carried. Second, the council is asked to approve minute 85 relating to the council's public participation scheme following the proposal of the county government's working party and subsequent recommendations of the procedures committee. The amended text has been circulated with the agenda. Now, Councillor Connett.
Chairman, I think you were going to say something, but I was simply saying, is that not the one which we are the county solicitor has very kindly offered to work outside of the meeting with us all. Thank you.
Okay. Everybody in favour, please show. Thank you. Now I can formally move all committee minutes listed in the agenda in accordance to Standing Order 13. Is that agreed? Thank you. Appeals Committee, Development Management, appointments and remunerations, Health and Adults, Children's Scrutiny, Corporate Infrastructure. In which case I now move to motions. And before I start, can I have everybody's attention while I state the process and order that this is due to take place? The mover of the original motion is allowed to speak. They will say yes or no to whether they're happy with what the cabinet recommendation is. The seconder of the original motion will be asked if they wish to comment or reserve their right to speak later. The leader will then be asked to explain the cabinet minute, deputy leader to second. Then if we're going to have a debate, we'll have a big debate. Okay, so firstly, the first one that's on the agenda is control of local bus services, I think. And it was moved by Councillor Atkinson and went to the cabinet meeting. Now, Councillor Atkinson.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I brought this motion soon after announcements were made to change local authorities' ability to franchise and own and supply bus services. And since then, a bill has now been laid before Parliament. And having had a look at that bill, I'm satisfied that what is said here in the Cabinet is sufficient to deal with the matter, because yet it's still at an early stage. And as I understand it, we would not at the current state of the bill be given the ability to own our own bus services or to franchise it until we have devolution and a mayor in place. So it is, as I understand it, the advice from officers is that that's not possible at this moment. But in bringing this forward, I was mindful of the fact that when I go out knocking on doors, and my inbox here is always full of people concerned about buses and public transport, is probably the biggest issue that we get. And the bus service improvement plan has set up bus forums of users who are all engaged in this issue. And we have to face the facts that more people use the buses than any other form of public transport, and it is an important method of transport, particularly for those who have mentioned, the woman earlier, in disability, and young people to get to education. And it's important, if we are to develop our economy, that we have an efficient bus service across Devon and across the whole peninsula, so that people can get to work, can get to training, and get back home and live in our rural communities. So I do understand that the members of this council do take this very seriously and do subsidise current bus services. But we do need to keep this under review and see if there is a better way of doing this going forward across the peninsula. And I do hope that when powers become available, we will look seriously into whether we can provide this service in a better, more effective way, which serves the people of Devon better. So thank you. I commend the motion to everyone.
Thank you very much. Leader of the Council.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm very happy to move the Cabinet recommendations A, B and C.
Very happy to second, Chairman.
Sorry, everybody in favour, please show. Anybody against? Any abstentions? No. Thank you very much. One abstention? Okay, one abstention. I didn't see it. Put your hand up if you abstained. Thank you. The next motion is Children's Social Services Policy Statement 333. And this again was moved by Councillor Eaves. And you have the council recommendation here. Do you have, well, are you happy to accept the cabinet recommendation, or do you want to debate?
I would like to say a few words, but I will accept it. Yeah. So, shall I speak now? I'll try and be quick. I've actually not spoken on previous things, so I can speak now. Otherwise, it would have been longer before we got here. No, I'd definitely like to thank the Cabinet for agreeing to support my motion on children's social care policy and to improve residential care opportunities for children in Devon. I also note the good work that has already been done by our staff and children's services to improve relationships with the local providers. Since my motion was presented to Council in early December, the Labour government then published the Children's Wellbeing and Schools Bill. And as the Cabinet notes, this has a special focus on the management and improvements to the care market for children in care. I would like the commissioning teams to note that my original point 4 is still included in Part F of the Cabinet recommendations to increase the number of residential care facilities by using not-for-profit providers and support the setting up of regional care cooperatives. This should help Devon County Council better manage its budget by looking at adopting strategies to manage our financial resources by using and supporting social enterprises and cooperatives. I welcome what the Cabinet has resolved. This still contains much of the ethos of the original motion. However, action is needed by Cabinet, please, to check that these changes happen and should report them to Children's Scrutiny Committee. This new approach should enable the Council to provide more residential care opportunities in Devon to keep children near their families, friends and the school where appropriate, and should hopefully stop the use of unregistered homes. With such a huge overspend in the Children's SEND budget, this would provide a greater value for people of Devon. I say children's SEND budget because all children in care have EHCPs. By adopting these strategies and to manage our financial resources, support businesses that contribute more to their communities, using and supporting social enterprises and cooperatives where they reinvest their profits to benefit communities rather than shareholder profiteering. It has already been shown to work in other councils. When will the, then I have a question because it's raised within the recommendations. I ask, when will the report from the Director of Children and Young People's Futures on the implications of the measures contained within the Children's Wellbeing and Schools Bill actually be available for all members to see? And how will the Cabinet Member for Children's Social Care ensure the voice of young people in care and care leavers continue to be heard to be part of these changes? I welcome the recommendations from Cabinet and will ask all members present today to vote for them. Thank you.
Thank you. Two technical questions. Is anybody capable of answering, or can we give a written reply? Written reply, if that's all right with you, Councillor Eaves. A written reply, if that's okay with you. Thank you. On the basis of that, can we have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Atkinson. Councillor McGuinness.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd just like to thank Councillor Atkinson very much, Eaves, for coming along and putting forward this motion. I think there's a comprehensive response from Cabinet A to H, and I'm happy to move.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder?
Happy to second.
Okay. Anybody else want to speak on it? If not, everybody in favour, please show. Anybody against it? Any abstentions? No, thank you very much. We now have two new motions, 16 and 17, lowering the voting age of children at age to 16 and 17-year-olds. Councillor Atkinson. Now, it needs moving, and I would like it pushed to Cabinet.
Yes.
I'd like to move the motion, and I think I've got a minute to say something. I'm bringing this forward because I think I'd want to bring everyone's attention to the Labour government's commitment to lowering the voting age, and I think this is an important motion for democracy and to advance the civil and political rights of children and young people. And wouldn't it be wonderful if our own looked after children get the right to vote? And I believe it's in everybody's interest and equalisation across the age range of this country so that everybody's input in democracy is as valid. And some of these young people pay national insurance and tax and have children of their own. And I believe this is an opportunity to grasp an opportunity to advance democracy. Thank you.
You have a seconder. Thank you. I got two there. I'll take Councillor Ashford. Okay. On the basis of that, it's going to be moved to Cabinet, and I will just mention now, it'll be moved to the next Cabinet meeting and then come back to the special County Council meeting in March so that we don't have this getting confused with the annual meeting of the County Council in May. Okay? So you have proposer, seconder. Everybody in favour, please show. Thank you. The next one then is the WASPy Women, and the Councillor Lever is to move. Are you happy to move that to the Cabinet?
Thank you, Chair. I'm very happy for it. Sorry, I'm very happy for it to go to Cabinet. But I, like Councillor Aves, I wouldn't mind just a few words on the subject. Thank you. Actually, this has come up just because it's something which I keep being asked about on the doorstep, and I keep being approached by people who have were women who were born in the 50s who suffered the indignity of being informed, usually, not always, of the change in the pension age, or the age in which they could get their pension without sufficient years to build up or sufficient pots or to plan for that. There has been action in the House of Parliament recently, and I just really wanted to bring this to the attention of the Council and to seek support from the Council to encourage all parliamentarians across all parties to think about the nearly thank you. The over 66,000 women in Devon who have been impacted by this. Thank you.
Do you have a seconder? Yes, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Kyle. Councillor Twiss.
Just a technical question. Oh, pardon me. Just a technical question. I am married actually to a WASPy. Should I declare that when it comes to the? Thank you.
Don't think so today. Not for today. Councillor McGuinness has been accepted. Oh, no, hang on. This doesn't need you, does it? You have moved and seconded for it to go to Cabinet. Everybody in favour, please show. Thank you very much today. The same with you. It will come back to the March full council. In which case, according to my diary, I've now finished the agenda. Can I thank you all very much for being here today? Thank you for the fact that I think we'll remove the coffee break next time. But I wish you all a safe journey home, and those of you that are thinking of doing nothing over the weekend, enjoy it. Thank you. Bye-bye.